Chapter 932. The shuttle was fast all the way, and after arriving at the sea, it plunged into the vast sea. Of Yang Chen's 4 wives, apart from Gong Sunling who followed Yang Chen to the South China Sea and enjoyed the scenery of the ocean, even Shishanshan, who has been living and cultivating on the Green Jade Immortal Island in the sea, did not have much opportunity to see the underwater world. At the bottom of the ocean, it was grotesque and colorful, and the bizarre scenery caused the women to exclaim. Yang Chen did not forget to put some suitable marine medicinal materials into the medicine garden. When they arrived at the giant rock where the Dragon Clan's treasure house was located, it was already half a year later. With a series of Yang Chen's secret techniques, after everyone's figure appeared in the treasure house, the faces of the 4 women changed from novelty to surprise again. On the huge East China Sea map, there were countless red dots marking the spiritual veins on it, and the abundant spiritual power even made people feel that every breath they took was equivalent to a normal day. This kind of heavenly paradise was simply unbelievable. The huge palace in the back, with the same style of the dragon palace that Yang Chen had already obtained, made the women amazed. Soon, the women knew that this was the treasure house of the Dragon Clan discovered by Yang Chen. When they arrived here, Xiao Tian was also released by Yang Chen. As if going home, Xiao Tian went straight to the huge dragon bead in the main hall. As soon as the figure of Xiao Tian appeared, the women were shocked again. Fortunately, knowing that this was released by Yang Chen, they did not panic. When they understood that this thing with a dog head and dragon body turned out to be the little native dog that Yang Chen bought at the beast taming sect market, and the true identity of Xiao Tian turned out to be one of the only descendants of the Dragon Clan in the world, the women could hardly believe their ears. When he bought Xiao Tian, it was with Gong Sunling. Countless people, including the people of the beast taming sect, thought that Yang Chen was crazy. He actually spent a jin of low-grade spirit stones to buy a worthless spiritual pet. Who would have thought that the thin and weak little dog that year turned out to be Yaz? Even the blood essence of the howling celestial dog that was used to purify Xiao Tian's bloodline was found by Yang Chen and Shishanshan together. At that time, Shishanshan did not see that the native dog turned out to be the majestic Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's figure disappeared, and the girls were curious and followed. Soon, the huge dragon bead appeared in front of everyone. The dragon pearl exudes a majestic dragon chi, forcing Xiao Tian outside. Xiao Tian's body formed a circle, greedily absorbing the dragon chi that escaped from the dragon bead. All the girls were completely stunned. What did such a huge dragon ball mean? No one could say clearly. Just by standing a short distance away from the Dragon Ball and feeling the Dragon Chi released by the Dragon Ball, one could already feel their cultivation level improving. Even Shishanshan and Sun Qingshue's meridian injuries had healed a little. This was also one of the most important reasons why Yang Chen wanted to bring the girls here to recuperate. On the one hand, it was necessary to use the endless spiritual power here. On the other hand, it was necessary to use this dragon bead. The role of the dragon bead, for Yang Chen, seemed to be the key to the South China Sea Dragon Palace in addition to being a tonic for Xiao Tian to upgrade. But now, it was still the key to the healing of the 2 women. When the girls were familiar with everything here, they were no longer so curious, and Yang Chen told them the treatment method for the 2 women. To put it bluntly, it was very simple. While using elixir to restore the meridians, he would use the dragon chi and a lot of spiritual power to wash the bodies of the 2 women. When their meridians were restored, their spiritual power would also be restored. The principle was very simple, but it was very difficult to operate. In the current situation of the 2 women, they simply could not withstand a lot of spiritual power, and they could not withstand the strong medicinal power. However, with the help of Yang Chen, all of this could be achieved. No one was more familiar with the medicinal properties of the medicinal pills he refined than Yang Chen, and no one could be like Yang Chen, who had a powerful human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness, and could easily control the spiritual power that entered the 2 women's bodies. Similarly, no one could make the powerful dragon chi obey the command and use it to recuperate the bodies of the 2 women. And all of this, Yang Chen met all the conditions. Of course, such a huge dragon bead, it was a waste to only use it to heal the 2 women. Gaou and Gong Sunling also needed to recuperate their bodies. He believed that with these dragon chi, It would be easier for the two women to control the magic weapon of the dragon clan, and the power of the magic weapon would be fully exerted. Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Yang Chen took out the 3 huge jade basins that had been prepared for a long time, took the purple gourd, poured out 3 kinds of liquid, and filled the 3 jade basins. As soon as the 3 kinds of liquids appeared, it caused another exclamation. The girls were also well-informed people, but suddenly seeing so many first wood true essence spiritual solution, 7th metal true essence spiritual solution and 10th water true essence, even Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, who came from a super big sect, could not help but exclaim. A small bottle was enough for people to cultivate the 1st wood true secret art, 7th metal true secret art and 10th water true secret art. Such a large plate could be used for bathing. Yes, this is for bathing, Yang Chen said with a flat face and an indifferent tone. After that, he immediately turned to Gong Sunling senior sister. I'm sorry, I haven't found much 5th earth true essence spiritual solution, so I can only inconvenience you. The girls reacted that the 3 kinds of spiritual solutions corresponded to the 3 of them. The 1st wood true essence spiritual solution corresponded to Sun Qingxue of the wood attribute, the 7th metal true essence corresponded to Shishanshan of the metal attribute, and the 10th water true essence corresponded to Gaou of the water attribute. Indeed, only Gong Sunling of the earth attribute didn't have it. In this regard, Gong Sunling didn't care. Her own life source magic weapon was not known how much stronger than others, and she had already taken advantage of it. Things in this world, where everything could be perfect, it was normal to have some small flaws. However, I extorted a bottle of 6th earth true essence and the original 6th earth true secret art from the Taishanman. Yang Chen certainly would not let Gong Sunling return empty-handed, and said about the 6th earth true secret art. Gong Sunling had already cultivated the 5th earth true secret art. If she added the 6th earth true secret art, yin and yang would be complemented, and he believed that her cultivation base would go to the next level. Yang Chen really didn't miss a single one, and considered each of his wives. When the women calmed down, Yang Chen began to talk about the process of everyone's cultivation. Yang Chen's explanation was very detailed, and every step was calculated, especially for the healing process of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. It was almost accurate to every change in their physical condition. The 4 ladies listened carefully and nodded frequently. In terms of cultivation guidance, except for Shishanshan who had not yet seen Yang Chen's power, the other 3 women were very clear. What Yang Chen said was what it was, and there was no objection. Chapter 933. Shishanshan had only experienced Yang Chen's help to fight against the Heart Devil once, but it was only for the Heart Devil, so she still had doubts about Yang Chen's cultivation guidance. However, in terms of healing, Shishanshan still fully trusted Yang Chen. No one would care more about her injury than Yang Chen, and would never joke about her injury. Therefore, at this time, what Yang Chen said, Shishanshan just nodded. 1st wood true secret art and 7th metal true secret art, Yang Chen taught Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan without reservation. After listening to Yang Chen's story, the 2 women were shocked and their mouths could almost swallow a whole orange. The surprises encountered in the first half of their lives in the process of cultivation were not as many as today. However, the 2 great true secrets did make the 2 women understand Yang Chen's care for them, and they also understood why Yang Chen had to ask them to ask the sect if they could accept Yang Chen's cultivation method. Such a precious cultivation method, even if it was the 2 major sect, they might not be able to come up with it. This time, Yang Chen had a lot to do. In addition to taking care of the recovery of the 2 injured wives at the same time, he also had to take care of the dragon qi cleansing the body of Gaou and Gong Sunling, and he also had to follow the time when everyone cultivated together. Yang Chen completed the cultivation of the 6th earth true secret art and then helped Gong Sunling to cultivate the 6th earth true secret art. That's right, this time Yang Chen was going to start cultivating with the 4 women at the same time, dividing his attention into 5 tasks. Not only did he have to take care of his own wife, but he also had to cultivate the 6th earth true secret art. This was an unprecedented difficulty. It was not that the time was so tight that it had to be completed at once. Yang Chen also knew that once the dragon qi began to dissipate, the 5 people plus Xiao Tian's absorption, even this huge dragon bead could not support it for too long. After the dragon bead's aura was reduced to a certain extent, Xiao Tian would unceremoniously swallow the dragon bead and would not leave a half of it for Yang Chen and the 4 women. At this point, Yang Chen could not control Xiao Tian's behavior. This was entirely a racial instinct, and it was 2 different things. Of course, Yang Chen knew how precious the dragon energy was. In the past, he was unable to control and absorb it. However, after cultivating the dragon essence, Yang Chen was able to control a small portion of the dragon energy. Of course, Yang Chen would share the benefits with his wives. Especially when the dragon energy was beneficial to Shishanshan and Sun Qingshue's injuries, he would not let it go. A large amount of spiritual liquid would cause some cultivators' bodies to explode and die. However, that was only possible when there was an ocean of spiritual liquid. A large bathtub of spiritual liquid was not enough to make the women unable to bear it. However, even so, with the current state of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, they could not soak in the jade basin. This required Yang Chen to use a huge amount of spiritual power to block the invasion of their respective spiritual liquid for the 2 women. At the same time, he had to control a small amount of spiritual liquid into their bodies. Together with the medicinal power of the elixir and the dragon qi, the body was combed, the injuries were repaired, and the cultivation base was restored. The entire process needed to be done step by step, and there could not be the slightest mistake. This was where the risk was, and Yang Chen had a 90% chance of doing this at the moment. The 1st wood spiritual liquid, the 7th metal spiritual liquid and the 10th water spiritual liquid were enough to supplement. The 3 women who were soaking in it did not need too much spiritual power from the outside world. Gong Sunling only cultivated by herself, refining the dragon qi did not need too much. It was Yang Chen who really needed a lot of spiritual power. Therefore, Yang Chen would choose to sit down in the place with the most spiritual veins in the East China Sea map to control all this. Controlling the blue jade blood phantom vine, after absorbing all the medicinal qi of the pulse-calming powdered medicinal pill in the bodies of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, everyone began to enter the state. After repeatedly telling the 4 women to remember all the details, Yang Chen first let Jiao Yu lie in the jade basin filled with the 10th water spiritual liquid, and then together with Gong Sunling, he helped Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue soak in the 7th metal spiritual liquid and the 1st wood spiritual liquid respectively. Naturally, the scarlet snow spirit crystal and heavenly thunder wood that the 2 women wanted to refine into their life source magic weapons were also soaked with them. It must be known that this was the most original spiritual power. After soaking together with the dragon qi, the 2 materials would not only go to a higher level, but the compatibility with the 2 women would also greatly increase in the future. From the moment the bodies of the 2 women entered the jade basin, Yang Chen needed to divide his attention to control the spiritual liquid around their bodies. At this time, Yang Chen didn't say much. He sat down in the middle of the 3 jade basins and began to concentrate on controlling. The 3 women in the jade basin each stretched out a snow-white jade and put it on Yang Chen's body. This was the bridge of spiritual power communication between them and Yang Chen, and it was also the part that must be connected in the whole process. After Gong Sunling saw that they were all settled, she also sat in the other direction, stretched out her hand, and held Yang Chen's body. Xiao Tian was also under the control of Yang Chen, his long body stretched out, his head was still in the position of the dragon bead in the hall, but his tail had already extended to Yang Chen's side, just next to Yang Chen's body. With a big mouth, the dragon qi that escaped from the dragon bead turned into a mist and entered the mouth of Xiao Tian. However, this time it was not completely absorbed by Xiao Tian, but a part was left and entered Yang Chen's body through the dragon tail. Then under the control of Yang Chen, the dragon qi was sent to the surrounding 4 women. The 5 people were like one, silent and entered the boring process of cultivation. As long as the 4 women were busy with their own affairs, Yang Chen, as a husband, had to work hard. While taking care of the 4 women, he also began to cultivate. Shishanshan's injury was the heaviest, but the effect of the dragon qi mixed with medicinal pills was also the most obvious. At first, it was almost recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it recovered to the same level as Sun Qingxue, the speed finally slowed down. This saved Yang Chen's effort. For the time being, he didn't have to treat the 2 women differently. He just controlled the dragon chi and the medicinal chi to repair the body together. The spiritual liquid outside entered the two women's bodies and then flowed out, as if the purest and most original spiritual liquid was scouring the body. This practice took 3 years. The meridians of the two women slowly recovered bit by bit. The broken meridians were slowly connected. After a small amount of spiritual liquid vaporized, the true essence began to fill the meridians of the two women. According to the first wood true secret art and the seventh metal true secret art, the two women began to cultivate carefully. The fine first wood true essence and seventh metal true essence slowly flowed in the meridians of the two women. After 3 years of the scouring of the first wood true essence and the seventh metal true essence, they had already fully adapted to the two kinds of true essence. The two women easily entered the process of cultivation. With the active cultivation of the two women, the recovery of the injury was faster and faster. The warmth of the true essence and the moisture of the dragon yuan, the bodies of the two women were getting healthier and healthier. 5 years later, the two women had completely recovered. Chapter 934. The recovery of the injury was only the first step of Yang Chen's goal. His ultimate goal was to restore the cultivation of the two women. The two women, who were no longer affected by their injuries, cultivated their respective original cultivation methods, and the effect was excellent. Moreover, after the nourishment of the dragon chi, coupled with a large amount of scouring of the original spiritual solution, the two women's abolished cultivation base was slowly recovering. It was said to be slow, but it was still dozens of times faster than cultivating from the beginning. This was also an important reason why Yang Chen was confident that he could restore his cultivation base within 20 years. The two women's active cultivation increased the absorption of the original spiritual solution. Anyone else could not provide the two women with such a steady stream of original spiritual solution to restore their cultivation base quickly. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue already had the realm of the late Jedan stage and the peak Jedan stage. Now they were just recovering, and they were replaced with the most original cultivation method. The efficiency was naturally very different, and their cultivation base increased by leaps and bounds. Compared with the rapid recovery of the two women, Gaoyu's cultivation was a little more troublesome. Unlike the two women who had to heal in the near future or in the near 100 years, Gaoyu's main energy was still refining the dragon horn flying sword, which led to her having to allocate a lot of energy to wash the two dragon horns. Although the whole body was soaked in the 10th water spiritual solution, and she had already cultivated the 10th water true essence, Gaoyu could only spend 30% of her spirit on cultivation, and the rest was used to pay attention to the dragon horns. Yang Chen's thoughts on Gaoyu were far less than those on Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. He didn't have to worry about the damage caused by the 10th water spiritual solution to Gaoyu, as long as he controlled the absorption and nourishment of the dragon chi. By the way, he would pay attention to whether Gaoyu's 10th water spiritual solution was enough, which was much easier. In this case, Gaoyu's cultivation base was still constantly improving, and it seemed that she had reached the peak Jedan stage. According to this situation, in a few years, she would be able to reach the bottleneck of crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul. Gong Sunling was the one that Yang Chen had the easiest time dealing with. He only had to inject dragon energy into Gong Sunling and he didn't have to worry about anything else. Although there was no nourishment from the original spiritual solution, the rich spiritual power here and the dragon aura that was constantly escaping made it much easier for Gong Sunling to refine the mountain river geographical map. In just 5 years, Gong Sunling had completely purified the impure spiritual power of many masters in the mountain river geographical map with the help of dragon power and completely turned it into her own power. After obtaining a natal dharma treasure, one's cultivation would also be greatly different. In addition to these gains, Gong Sunling had also raised her cultivation to the peak of the gold core stage. In a few years, she would be able to cross the tribulation and form her nascent soul. As for Yang Chen himself, while taking care of the 4 women, he frantically mobilized the spiritual power on the nautical chart to protect Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue without stopping for a moment. The Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art was almost running to the extreme, and it was still cultivating non-stop for 5 years. After 5 years of sleepless cultivation, Yang Chen had even vaguely reached the edge of crossing the tribulation and forming his nascent soul. It was just that he had to carefully suppress his own cultivation base, which ensured that the tribulation would not come early. At this point, Yang Chen could finally relax. First of all, he no longer had to worry about the harm of the original spiritual solution to the women, which made him relax a lot. Next, he just had to control the dragon qi. Everything was on track. Originally, Yang Chen also planned to cultivate the sixth earth true secret art in the process, but now it was completely unnecessary. Everything could be done after the formation of the nascent soul. If he wanted to cultivate now, it was bound to trigger the tribulation in advance, which was extremely disadvantageous for the women. The more and more dragon qi was transmitted, the more benefits everyone got. But Yang Chen knew that this was because the speed of Xiao Tian absorbing the dragon qi was getting faster and faster. It would not take long for the dragon bead to reach the point of being controlled by Xiao Tian. After absorbing the dragon bead, Xiao Tian would definitely grow and upgrade again. So far, Xiao Tian has been able to increase the sharpness of Yang Chen's flying sword. Presumably, when the time comes, it would at least be able to cut everything. The next thing to do was still to cultivate and absorb the original spiritual solution step by step. All the women knew their goals, so there was no need for Yang Chen to urge them at all, and they cultivated by themselves. However, the 4 snow-white jade hands had always been on Yang Chen's body, and they had never left for 5 years. Not to mention Yang Chen's cultivation in the Dragon Palace treasure house, a series of things happened outside. Because Yang Chen took Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue away and promised to restore the cultivation base of the 2 women, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were also relieved and waited for good news. With the questioning inner heart pills left by Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace was not afraid of the several major sects coming to the door. Based on the close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect, after the discussion of the palace master and several elders, they took out the questioning inner heart pills that should have been given to the Blue Cloud sect 10 years later in advance. In this way, the Blue Cloud sect could carry out the talent training plan of their own sect in advance. After 5 years of constant experimentation, constant practice, and consuming countless medicinal materials, the masters of Taishanmen's medicinal hall finally discovered an embarrassing fact. Although they got the pill recipes of the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill, they were still unable to refine the finished medicinal pills. Whether it was the questioning inner heart pill or the spirit congealing pill, they all needed a prerequisite, that was to multitask. The spirit congealing pill required at least 6 distractions, and the questioning inner heart pill was even more terrifying. 8 distractions were the starting point. If they couldn't do this, there would be no other results except for burning the medicinal materials. It was almost impossible for cultivators in the mortal world to multitask at the same time. Even some masters who specialized in spiritual awareness could only multitask, which was already the limit. Even if it was a master at the peak of the Darching stage, it was very difficult to do this, let alone these alchemists who specialized in alchemy. Therefore, the only way was to cooperate with each other. However, cooperation required a tacit understanding between everyone. This was not like practicing a sword formation or something else, it didn't matter if it was a little worse. As long as there was a slight deviation, the medicinal materials would be destroyed, and nothing would be obtained except for the black dregs. The most important point was that at least 8 kinds of fire seeds were needed in the refining process, ranging from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade. This required more stringent cooperation between several people. If there was a little carelessness, the conflict of fire seeds could destroy the medicinal pills. The masters of Taishanmen were facing such a problem at the moment. No matter how they practiced and how they cooperated, there would always be a lack of success in some places. After consuming the medicinal materials that were enough to bankrupt a small sect several times, the Taishanmen's medicinal hall master had to come to a conclusion. Even with the pill recipe, Taishanmen could not refine the medicinal pills. Chapter 935. This result was really a blow to the people. Especially the masters of the medicinal hall, who were usually praised by people in the sect. At this moment, in front of several high-level officials, they were all dejected and did not dare to look at people. There was no other way. What the medicinal hall had done in recent years really made the Taishanmen's high-level officials angry. The spirit congealing pills, which were enough to cure Liliheng, were forcibly taken away by the medicinal hall at first, and nothing was researched. Now it was even worse. The sect used a 7th-grade fire seed to exchange for the pill recipe. After so many years, apart from proving that the pill recipe was true, there was no progress at all. In vain, a lot of resources of the sect were consumed, and nothing was achieved. Even if the Taishanmen were rich, they couldn't afford such squandering. Sect Master Li stared at the medicinal hall master, and his eyes almost burst into flames. If he hadn't acted on his own initiative and robbed Liliheng's spirit congealing pills, Liliheng would have been able to successfully communicate with the predecessors in the spiritual world. Originally, the sect's great opportunity to dominate the world was destroyed by him. This medicinal pill, can't that kid Yang Chen do it? Sect Master Li's words contained anger that couldn't be hidden. He couldn't get angry with the medicinal hall master in front of so many people, so he could only transfer his anger to Yang Chen. I am a dignified Taishanman. Do I have to look at the face of a younger generation? No one dared to answer. At this time, whoever answered was a fool, and the anger of the sect master would definitely be vented on the person who answered. Everyone stood in silence, and no one knew what they were thinking in their minds. The only person who was a little happy was Maro Chi, the hall master of foreign affairs. In several transactions with Yang Chen, although he was at a disadvantage, he was the only one who could talk to Yang Chen at the moment. Other people either had a high status and disdained to lose face in front of the younger generation, or they didn't have this friendship at all, and they were not used to bargaining, which made people feel that it was inconsistent with their status. If the Taishanmen wanted to find Yang Chen again, the only candidate left was Maro Chi. The spirit congealing pill must be obtained, no matter what the price is. Maro Chi also knew that as long as Liliheng's spatial spiritual cultivation technique succeeded, no matter how great the price he paid, he would be able to get it back 10 times or even 100 times. This credit obviously belonged to Maro Chi. However, it was a bit embarrassing for the Taishanmen to come to Chunyang Palace at this time. Things had to start from 2 years after Yang Chen's marriage. Hu Qianyi was abandoned by the Taishanmen because he had no other choice. The situation at that time had already reached that point. However, Hu Qianyi's disciples and grand-disciples were unwilling. Without Hu Qianyi's support, these disciples and grand-disciples' days in Taishanmen were very difficult. Everyone was unwilling to accept this fate, and they were trying to think of ways to change this situation. Since Elder Hu Qianyi's life source jade card was not broken, it meant that he was still alive. As long as Elder Hu could be brought back, they could still restore their previous status. As a result, many people began to plan to save people from Chunyang Palace. In secret, these people gathered dozens of Yuanying stage masters and spent a lot of money to invite 2 masters of the Daching stage. At a certain time, they suddenly went to Chunyang Palace to pay a visit. Of course, the excuse used was still to ask for pills, but it just happened that everyone ran into each other, so Chunyang Palace couldn't say half a word. The 2 masters of the Daching stage directly visited the 2 Daching stage Old Tree Demon and Wang Yong in Chunyang Palace, which could be regarded as a fetter. Their task was not to fight with Wang Yong and the Old Tree Demon, as long as they could hold the 2 of them and they couldn't make a move. The remaining dozens of Yuanying stage masters could naturally solve everything. If the time was right, they might be able to use this to destroy Chunyang Palace. This was what the Taishanmen had always wanted to do but had not been able to do it. Once they could do this, then these disciples of the Taishanmen would not only have no fault, but they would also have merit. The abacus made a crackling sound, but the reality was that the Pure Yang Palace slapped them in the face. Chunyang Palace didn't even have the head of the palace. Only Shu Chengshin, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, came out to meet with a group of masters, and then very enthusiastically invited these people to watch the ceremony of Chunyang Palace's apprenticeship. It was said to be an apprenticeship, but it was not to recruit ordinary disciples, but a ceremony for a group of disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics to join the sect. This kind of ceremony was now held in almost every sect every once in a while. In the hearts of the masters, there were only 30 or 50 Yuanying stage masters in Chunyang Palace. When they dispatched 80 or 90 people, they could definitely suppress Chunyang Palace. However, the process of watching the ceremony made everyone dare not say anything. After watching the whole process obediently and sincerely, they left Chunyang Palace. All of this was because this time, there was a group of Yuanying stage masters from the Hall of Eccentrics who had the same number of people as them joining Chunyang Palace at the same time. There were so many demon clan experts, and all of them looked extremely fierce. Moreover, their average cultivation was a level higher than theirs. Dozens of fierce eyes stared at them, and none of the masters dared to act rashly. They were not the disciples of the Taishanmen. They were originally invited by some Taishanmen disciples to support the scene and force Chunyang Palace. It was really not worthwhile to fight with Chunyang Palace. When the number of people was superior, they could say that they were arrogant and raised their heads to speak, but now they didn't even have the courage to look up. In addition to these Yuanying stage masters, the power of Chunyang Palace had far exceeded these sects. What's more, there were two major sects, Blue Cloud Sect and Green Jade Immortal Island, behind Chunyang Palace. Who dared to make trouble? As for rescuing Hu Qianyi, it was even more wishful thinking. Even the head of the palace did not know where Hu Qianyi was locked up. Even if these people turned over Maiqing Mountain, they could not find it. Not to mention that they went down the mountain in disgrace. Countless people who saw this scene spread the news, because it was a joke. While everyone expressed envy and jealousy for the growing strength of Chunyang Palace, they couldn't help but sigh. A 5th-grade alchemist master could really attract masters. If it was the previous Chunyang Palace, which master of the monster race would consider them? Naturally, the source of these people coming to make trouble was also found, and the Taishanmen had to punish a large number of Taishanmen disciples, which made them lose a lot of face. After this incident, the high-ranking officials of Taishanmen originally hoped that the medicinal hall could refine medicinal pills, and from then on, they would no longer have anything to do with Chunyang Palace, and then concentrate their efforts to completely destroy Chunyang Palace. Now, the performance of the medicinal hall was extremely disappointing, and the Chunyang Palace, which they were unwilling to contact, had to be contacted. Not only that, but they also had to put on a low posture and once again take the initiative to extend the bamboo stick to the other party's hand, allowing Chunyang Palace to slaughter them. Chapter 936. Not to mention that their own disciples were disgraced, the surge in strength of Chunyang Palace also made the Taishanmen a little more afraid. Fortunately, Chunyang Palace only increased the masters of the Yuanying stage, and the masters of the Daching stage did not increase, which made the Taishanmen a little relieved. Everyone understood that now that Chunyang Palace had Yang Chen, a 5th-grade alchemist master, it would definitely attract more masters. They were afraid that if some Daching stage masters also swarmed over, then Chunyang Palace could no longer be suppressed. However, even if Chunyang Palace increased its strength, it was impossible to be the opponent of the Taishanmen. At this point, the Taishanmen had absolute confidence. Moreover, the Taishanmen still had a trump card. As long as Li Liheng's cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method was successful, he would be absolutely invincible in the world. Not to mention the small Chunyang Palace, at that time, the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud Sect, the Five Elements Sect and the Chenkuan Sect would all be just a passing cloud. But all of this was maintained on a small spirit congealing pill. Now Li Liheng's situation was getting more and more serious, and he had recovered to the point where he would be in a coma in less than 10 days. The sect's top executives watched helplessly and could only vent their anger on the masters of the medicinal hall. To be honest, the previous orders of the sect master also made the masters of the medicinal hall very puzzled. In terms of preciousness, the questioning inner heart pill was more precious than the spirit congealing pill, but the sect master actually asked them to spend a lot of effort to refine the spirit congealing pill first. If it was from the simplicity and complexity of the refining of the medicinal pill, it was understandable from easy to difficult. The problem was that it was just a small spirit congealing pill that was not successfully refined. It was really unreasonable for the sect master to be so angry. This spirit congealing pill was only for Li Liheng's use. For a guy who had the name of the young sect master, but did not have the strength and contribution of the young sect master, it was really not worth the sect master and the top executives. Unless Li Liheng was really the illegitimate son of sect master Li as the rumors said. Sect master Li certainly didn't know that the head of the medicinal hall would have such a dirty idea. He was just thinking about how to get the spirit-congealing pill as soon as possible. When the core higher-ups were having a secret discussion, Hall Master Maro Chi was also one of them. Understanding the importance of Li Liheng, Hall Master Maro was extremely attentive. What he needed to consider now was the price he would have to pay for Yang Chen's help. Until now, Maro Chi could not forget that when Yang Chen talked to him about the price for the second time after the negotiation between the two parties broke down, Yang Chen said with a smile that the market was different. Based on his understanding of Yang Chen, he would definitely have to pay an unimaginable price this time. If he asked for pills consecutively, it might not be too outrageous. However, asking for pills after getting the recipe was another matter altogether. If you couldn't refine it, the price would naturally be different. Last time, he already asked for 2 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds. Now he didn't know what kind of outrageous price would appear. Sighing in his heart, Maro Chi could only take the initiative to negotiate with Yang Chen. His attitude was naturally satisfied with the top management of the sect and even allowed him to act freely. As long as it was not too unacceptable, he could reach an agreement with Yang Chen on the spot. However, even if the Taishanmen were anxious in their hearts, there was no way now. In order to heal his wife, Yang Chen and his 4 wives went into seclusion and they couldn't be found. Maro Chi couldn't help but secretly hate Hu Qianyi. If it weren't for him being unable to deal with 2 little girls in the Jedan stage, how could the sect fall into such a passive situation? Even if he got the pill recipe and couldn't refine it, he could find Yang Chen to help at any time. Why would he be so anxious and helpless like now? Not to mention how the Taishanmen's top management gnashed their teeth at Hu Qianyi. Now the cultivation of Yang Chen and his 4 wives was gradually entering a good state. The cultivation of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, in the cultivation of their respective original cultivation methods, with the support of a large number of original spiritual fluids, was rapidly improving. In just 3 years, they had reached the peak of the foundation stage and were recovering towards the Jedan stage. The experience of having their spiritual power crippled had given the 2 women a new understanding of their own cultivation compared to their previous smooth cultivation. They had more control and mastery over their own power. What Yang Chen brought them was not just constant surprise, nor was it just an understanding of cultivation. The most important thing was that Yang Chen gave them unparalleled confidence. Even the serious injury of the destruction of spiritual power could be recovered in a short period of time. What else could be difficult for Yang Chen? This kind of self-confidence with a pillar of support in his heart was the cultivation state that everyone dreamed of. This time, the retreat of the 5 people could be said to be a real retreat. They didn't pay attention to the outside world, and they cultivated diligently. Compared with the last time when Yang Chen and his master and senior sister retreated together to condense the core, they worked many times harder. At that time, Yang Chen often chatted with the 2 women. How could it be like this time? He simply didn't speak, didn't move, didn't sleep, and was attacking the realm. The endless original spiritual fluid brought infinite motivation to Gao Yu Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, and Gong Sunling, with the help of the Dragon Qi, refined the mountain river geographical map more smoothly. Entering this situation, time seemed to pass in a flash, so fast that people couldn't feel the time slipping away. Unconsciously, more than 10 years had passed. The first to move was Xiao Tian, whose tail had been wrapped around Yang Chen's body. The huge dragon bead in the hall, after so many years of hard work, had absorbed countless dragon qi, and its own strength had grown a lot. At this moment, the dragon bead was no longer untouchable. Xiao Tian was sensitive to this. His body rushed forward, opened his mouth, and swallowed the dragon bead into his abdomen. Subsequently, the dragon tower appeared out of thin air. Xiao Tian didn't say anything. He went into the dragon tower and entered the 2nd floor, his whole body curled up in the dragon tower, and he no longer moved. The surrounding dragon qi was also sharply reduced in an instant, and soon disappeared without a trace. Without the dragon qi, Yang Chen no longer had to control the dragon qi to comb everyone's body. As soon as his mind relaxed, he immediately woke up from the state of full cultivation. As soon as he woke up, Yang Chen began to explore the situation of the 4 women. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue had also completely restored their original cultivation base at this moment, and even with the help of the original spiritual fluid, their cultivation base was further than before it was abolished. Shishanshan was close to crossing her tribulation, and it seemed that as long as there was a little more progress, she would immediately attract the tribulation cloud. Sun Qingxue was not so exaggerated, but she also entered the realm of the peak Jedan stage, and in a month or two at most, she would break through the bottleneck. Gao Yu also made great progress in her cultivation base. If it weren't for most of her energy being tied down by the 2 dragon horns, maybe she would have started to cross her tribulation a few years ago. As for Gong Sunling, she was also on the verge of crossing her tribulation. Chapter 937. Yang Chen never doubted that the 4 women would not be able to survive the Thunder Tribulation and complete the Yuanying stage. However, the state at the moment also forced him to temporarily stop his cultivation and explain all the experience of the tribulation to the 4 women in advance. Anything, don't be afraid of 10,000, but just in case. Now that the 4 women are his own wives, Yang Chen will certainly try his best to keep them from harm. Counting with his fingers, this retreat has been 18 years. Everyone first moved their bodies, which had been motionless for 18 years, and then began to communicate. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue first checked their physical condition, and the recovery and even progress of their cultivation made the 2 women unable to believe it. Activating their blood, mobilizing their spiritual power, everything seemed so dreamy. But the more abundant sense of power between the hands and feet told the 2 women that the current situation was extremely real. The 4 women were all on the verge of the tribulation, and Yang Chen didn't talk much nonsense, and told the 4 women all the experiences he knew. At the same time, he also gave each of the 4 women 2 thunder pomegranates. When necessary, they would rather use thunder pomegranates than bring harm to their bodies. However, Yang Chen still has confidence in the 4 women after all. The experience, he said, was all about how to use the thunder tribulation to temper the body, expel impurities, and purify the spiritual power, so that the 4 women nodded frequently. After enough communication, Yang Chen let the 4 women practice for 3 months, and all the states had been restored to the best time, and then he and the 4 women were ready to cross the tribulation. Sometimes, Yang Chen had to sigh at the cultivation aptitude of the 4 women. He himself killed tens of thousands of immortals before he was able to transform his body and have the aptitude of the acquired full spirit root. Almost all of the 4 women have the innate full spirit root. After only 200 years of cultivation, they reached the edge of the Yuanying stage, which made countless people who had been unable to break through for hundreds of years feel ashamed. This is the bottom of the East China Sea, the place where the water attribute cultivators take the most advantage. Gao Yu became the first target of the tribulation. After leaving the Dragon Palace treasure house, everyone went to the sea. Yang Chen protected the other 3 women with the sea-pouring jasper cup and stayed away a little, then gave Gao Yu an encouraging smile and signaled her to start. Gao Yu quickly swallowed a second-grade inner sensing pill, and with the help of various feelings, she quickly adjusted some small defects in her body. Following that, the tribulation cloud began to gather in the sky. The thunderbolt shook the sky, but Gao Yu was like a moth flying into the fire, actively flying toward the bucket-thick thunderbolt. Normally, the first lightning bolt of the thunder tribulation was at most as thick as a calf. Obviously, Gao Yu's thunder tribulation had already surpassed ordinary. Flashing lightning constantly wandered on Gao Yu's body, but it was only a flash, and then it disappeared without a trace. Then the second, the third, until the 8th thunder light, one thicker than the other, directly hit Gao Yu, and then disappeared on the surface of Gao Yu's body, as if they were all absorbed, and not a bit escaped. The 9th thunder light, as thick as a millstone, completely wrapped Gao Yu in it. But Gao Yu's body seemed to have an infinite suction, and soon all the thunder light was completely absorbed. In a moment, the tribulation cloud quickly dissipated, and the sky returned to clear, as if nothing had happened. But Gao Yu flying in the air over there was no longer the previous Gao Yu, her whole body exuded a strong aura, and it took a long time to calm down, no longer so sharp. Gao Yu's success in crossing the tribulation also brought infinite motivation to the other 3 women. Everyone didn't want to show a weaker performance than others in front of Yang Chen. Then, Shishanshan took the initiative to jump out. Among the 4 women, in terms of age, Gao Yu may be a little older, but in terms of cultivation base, Shashanshan was definitely the highest. Even Gao Yu was a little behind because she recultivated the water attribute cultivation method after the Jedan stage. It was also a second-grade inner sensing pill, and it quickly attracted the tribulation cloud. In fact, without the inner sensing pill, the four women could also trigger the heavenly tribulation, but the inner sensing pill allowed them to understand their own spiritual power and blood flow before the tribulation, so that they could guide the thunder to transform their body during the tribulation, so they all took it at the same time. The scene of Shashanshan's tribulation was very surprising. The first thunder tribulation came down, and it was even thicker than Gao Yu's first thunder tribulation. A series of thunder tribulation, all of which were constantly wandering around the body of Shashanshan. When the last thunder tribulation struck down, the light of the previous thunder tribulation had not yet disappeared. One overlapped and added to the other, forming a huge thunder ball outside Shashanshan's body, illuminating almost 100 miles of the sea. After all the thunder disappeared, the tribulation cloud dissipated, and the thunder around Shashanshan's body had not disappeared. After waiting for almost an hour, it completely dissipated. Similarly, Shashanshan also showed the momentum of the Yuanying stage. Yang Chen looked at this scene, but his heart could not help but nod. His master absorbed all the thunder into the body first, and then resolved it in a targeted manner. Shashanshan, on the other hand, kept all the thunder out of the body and absorbed it in a targeted manner. Two different ways, one inside and one outside, but it was hard to tell who was better. Relatively speaking, Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling did not have much of a competitive heart. After the two of them modestly gave way to each other, Sun Qingxue went out first, swallowed the inner sensing pill, and began to attract the thunder tribulation. Heavenly thunder was originally of the first wood attribute, and Sun Qingxue's attribute was in line with Sun Qingxue's. Through the thunder tribulation, it was easy for Sun Qingxue. What made Yang Chen's eyes light up was that Sun Qingxue not only used the thunder tribulation to transform her body during the process of the tribulation, but also introduced the thunder tribulation into the heavenly thunder wood and tempered it with the thunder tribulation. Gong Suanling's tribulation was the easiest. All the thunder was directly absorbed by the mountain river map that appeared out of thin air, and then a bright light was released from the mountain river geographical map and entered the body of Gong Sunling. It was also an opportunity to temper the body, but the method was completely different. And using the life source magic weapon to cross the tribulation, at present, only Gong Sunling could do it. Within one day, the four women successively crossed the tribulation, none of them failed, and none of them used the thunder pomegranate to cheat. The interval between the beginning and the end was even less than a cup of tea. If it weren't for the rare people here, if someone else saw this scene, they wouldn't know how surprised they would be. Now only Yang Chen was still in the Jedan stage. Looking at the slightly expectant eyes of the women, Yang Chen laughed and took back all the magic weapons. He didn't see him take the inner sensing pill, he just released his spiritual power, and for a while, the sky was once again filled with tribulation clouds. Boom, a thunderbolt, dozens of thunder lights from all directions hit Yang Chen, causing a burst of horror for the four women. Chapter 938. From ancient times to the present, in the common sense of everyone, the thunder tribulation must be struck one by one, and there would never be more than one at the same time. Including Yang Chen, he also thought so. At least in his previous life, this was the way he survived the thunder tribulation. The scene in front of him surprised everyone who saw it. What happened? Even the heavenly tribulation became so abnormal. The four women were all people who had just passed the thunder tribulation, so they naturally had a rough estimate of the power of the thunder tribulation. The first strike that Yang Chen endured was already equivalent to at least the power of the eighth thunder tribulation when they were crossing the tribulation. Without gradual adaptation, and it was multiple strikes at the same time, could Yang Chen take it? Suddenly seeing such a thunder tribulation, Yang Chen was stunned, and then immediately mobilized the spiritual power of his whole body. The yin-yang five elements secret art ran to the extreme, and abruptly resisted the first level, but in fact, there were at least 9 heavenly thunders. Boom, the thunder light was like a flexible snake, and it quickly rushed into the body of Yang Chen. Of course, this was intentional by Yang Chen. The thunder light entered Yang Chen's body, not to destroy, but to transform. The biggest difference between the Jedan and Yuanying stage was that in addition to one condensing the Jedan and the other breaking the Yuanying stage, the most important thing was the body. Even if it reached the peak of the Jedan stage, it was just a body that had been strengthened by their own cultivation, and it was still a mortal body. But after the transformation of the thunder tribulation, the body of the Yuanying stage could no longer be regarded as a mortal body. After the transformation, whether it was the strength of the body or the absorption of spiritual power, the Yuanying stage master was far better than the Jedan stage master. Even the speed of absorbing spiritual power from heaven and earth was far beyond that of the Jedan stage master. Naturally, there were strong and weak Jedan stage masters, and the same was true for the Yuanying stage. Everything was relative, and there was no concept of absolute suppression between the two. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as Yang Chen killing the Yuanying stage master with the Jedan stage cultivation base. The powerful spiritual awareness directly suppressed all the thunder tribulation that entered Yang Chen's body, and let these thunder tribulation obediently cleanse the whole body according to Yang Chen's intention, without the slightest mistake. On this side, the thunder tribulation in Yang Chen's body had not completely dissipated, and the second thunder tribulation had already fallen. This time, it was 18. It directly occupied almost all the space around Yang Chen. The four women who had been watching in the distance were already shocked. What was the situation? No one knew. How Yang Chen was inside, they did not dare to easily explore with their spiritual awareness, so as not to interfere with Yang Chen. The only thing that had a little confidence in his heart was that he knew that Yang Chen had a lot of thunder pomegranates. If it didn't work, he could also cheat through the thunder pomegranate. Yang Chen also couldn't pay attention to the surprise of the women. Each of the 18 heavenly thunders was comparable to the 9th tribulation thunder he had experienced in his previous life. Even if Yang Chen was now confident and had strength, in the face of the power of heaven and earth, he had to be careful. Even the heavenly tribulation attached so much importance to himself. Didn't that mean that his cultivation was absolutely super powerful? Even the heavenly tribulation valued him so much. Didn't that mean that he was definitely cultivating an extremely powerful heavenly Tao? From this point of view, it could only be said that even the heaven and earth recognized his own cultivation direction, otherwise there would not be such a strong thunder tribulation. The powerful thunder tribulation not only did not make Yang Chen feel fear in his heart, but it made him confident. If others knew Yang Chen's thoughts, he didn't know how they would evaluate it. Yang Chen, who was full of confidence, released his strongest power without scruples. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique's third gravity river turning doppelganger appeared, a huge body that looked even more ferocious than Hu Yun's body. He hugged all the thunder in his arms. The human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness directly compressed all the thunder and quickly condensed it into a ball of light that was countless times more intense than the sun. Then Yang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of light. A warm current started from the mouth and went straight into the chest and abdomen, then made a few circles in the chest and abdomen, passing through the limbs of the body. The cells of the whole body seemed to be numb by the powerful electric point, but after the numbness, it seemed to have absorbed enough energy and was nourished by the thunder and lightning. It was indescribably comfortable. Heaven seemed to be unwilling to see Yang Chen, such a heaven-defying cultivator, appear. The power of the second thunder tribulation was not completely absorbed by Yang Chen, and the third thunder tribulation followed. This time, there were 27 bolts of lightning. Each bolt of lightning seemed to be much stronger than the previous one. This time, the thunder was directly combined into an armor, wrapping Yang Chen from head to toe in the middle. The robe on Yang Chen's body was originally carefully sewn by Gaou and Gong Sunling. At the same time as the thunder light fell, Yang Chen could no longer be distracted to protect it and instantly turned into flying ashes. The place where Yang Chen's tribulation was so bright that the four women's eyes could not see what happened. They couldn't use their spiritual awareness to explore, but the four women didn't want to miss anything. They could only stare at it for fear of missing something. It's a pity that after looking at it, only their eyes hurt and they still couldn't see anything. After cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen's skin was already difficult to be injured by a sword, but it was still burned under this terrifying thunder light. Fortunately, Yang Chen immediately mobilized the spirit power of the water attribute to resist the terrifying burning. Then, the thunder light was like mercury leaking from the bottom, drilling into Yang Chen's pores. No matter how Yang Chen resisted, it had no effect. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could no longer resist these terrifying thunder lights. He could only use the spiritual power of his whole body to protect the most important parts of his body, letting the thunder light wreak havoc in his body. Wherever the thunder light passed, almost all the meridians and flesh were burned, leaving behind a piece of something like charcoal. Fortunately, the part that Yang Chen tried his best to protect only experienced a short burning, but it was not burned. It was only the third thunder tribulation and it already had such power. Yang Chen even had the heart to take out the thunder pomegranate to cheat. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen discovered a crucial point. In the flesh that was burned like charcoal, there was an aura of life. This aura was so weak that even Yang Chen's human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness could barely detect it. After discovering this, Yang Chen suddenly realized and no longer resisted the power of this thunder and lightning. He simply completely released the protective spiritual power and let the thunder and lightning drown him. In the emerald gourd that others could not see, the first wood spiritual solution, seventh metal spiritual solution and 10th water spiritual solution were all decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual power released by such a huge amount of original spiritual solution instantly activated the vitality in Yang Chen's body. Chapter 939. Maybe there was only one cell left alive, but this cell began to divide rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had quickly reconstituted a new Yang Chen. There was no construction without destruction. Yang Chen understood this truth thoroughly in an instant. Even if he had crossed the tribulation several times in his previous life, there was no time like this. The destruction was so thorough. Yang Chen even guessed that if he was not lucky enough to raise his spiritual awareness to the realm of the human immortal, he would not be able to find the glimmer of life, decisively give up resistance, and then use the huge spiritual power to grow again. There seemed to be only one end. In the increasingly powerful thunder tribulation, he would eventually turn into flying ash. It was by no means an accident that the tribulation thunder appeared in multiples of 9. It was necessary to completely eliminate Yang Chen. However, God had the virtue of cherishing life, and still left a glimmer of life for Yang Chen. It depended on whether Yang Chen could grasp it. When the new Yang Chen appeared again, Yang Chen couldn't help but be afraid. Even if he grasped that glimmer of life, without the support of huge spiritual power, it was impossible to complete such a reversal. Fortunately, he had already collected a huge amount of first wood spiritual solution, 7th metal spiritual solution and 10th water spiritual solution, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. As if to verify Yang Chen's guess, the next tribulation thunder, each one was more powerful than the previous one, and each one had 9 more than the previous one. When the 7th tribulation thunder fell in the sky, the 4 women who were observing in the distance could no longer stay in the same place. They had to retreat quickly to avoid being affected. Just observing and feeling from a distance, the 4 women who had just been promoted to the Yuanying stage already felt unable to resist. The power of this kind of tribulation, was it really possible for Yang Chen in the Jedan stage to resist it? On the faces of the 4 women, there was also a look of worry. They looked at each other with a pair of panicked eyes. The only thing that could confirm that Yang Chen could still be alive was the tribulation thunder that was still falling. If Yang Chen died, the tribulation cloud would dissipate immediately. As long as people were alive, there was hope. Perhaps this was the only comfort left in the hearts of the women. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th waves of tribulation lightning followed the same process. They burned Yang Chen's body to ashes, but left him with only a sliver of hope. Then, Yang Chen would quickly recover in the gap of the tribulation lightning. After a few times in a row, Yang Chen's body had undergone a complete transformation. The 8th wave of tribulation lightning fell on time, but to Yang Chen's surprise, this time the tribulation lightning did not burn Yang Chen's body like the previous few times, but disappeared without a trace with a flash of lightning. Yang Chen's body immediately appeared, floating naked in the air, looking safe and sound. However, in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, lightning suddenly began to spread. 8 or 9 72 bolts of lightning, like the most terrifying destroyer, smashed the shadows in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Penglai divine wood, blood phantom vine, yin-yang heaven burning fire, the huge horns, the land, the sea, everything was smashed and shattered. Even the great yin and yang five elements flying sword that was tempered in the sea of consciousness seemed to be completely shattered. No, there were still a few things that still remained the same. The dragon condensed by the dragon chi was still the same. The bloody river still flowed quietly under the body of the dragon. Naturally, the immortal beheading blade in the river of blood was still safe and sound. In the sea of consciousness, in addition to the phantom condensed by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, there was also a Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint. This was something that did not belong to Yang Chen. With a thunderous blow, he was going to erase this spiritual awareness imprint. At the critical moment, Yang Chen suddenly used all his strength and threw the spiritual awareness imprint under the body of the dragon. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint was the key to the Taishanmen in the future, and it could not be easily lost. At this time, Li Liheng, who was far away in Taishanmen, suddenly found himself in a world of thunder and lightning. Everything around him was broken and destroyed, only he seemed to be in an isolated island. Just as the dazzling lightning was about to strike him into pieces, his body suddenly found itself under the protection of a familiar, imposing aura. "Kid, quickly improve your cultivation base, this old man has a lot." The voice of the spiritual world senior that Li Liheng had been looking forward to for a long time came directly into his mind, and then there was no more. Because Li Liheng had already fainted without any hesitation. This small episode did not prevent Yang Chen from paying attention to his own sea of consciousness. After throwing Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint into the river of blood, Yang Chen began to madly cultivate the three purities' secret art. No matter how boiling in the sea of consciousness was, he was unmoved. Just like the destruction and rebirth of the body, everything destroyed in the sea of consciousness began to be reborn quickly. With the reappearance of all the items, Yang Chen's human immortal first-grade spiritual awareness began to decline: the peak Darching stage, the late Darching stage, the middle Darching stage, the peak Yuanying stage. It didn't stop until the early Yuanying stage. The cultivation base of the spiritual awareness did not simply decline, but it was madly condensed and compressed by the thunder tribulation. The efficiency of this condensation was even many times stronger than that of the three purities' secret art. It was condensed to the early Yuanying stage, and then the spiritual awareness began to rebound. The middle Yuanying stage, the late Yuanying stage, the peak Yuanying stage, the middle Darching stage, the peak Darching stage, the human immortal first grade was still constantly improving, until it reached the second grade of human immortal, it stopped. All this in the sea of consciousness took almost half an hour, but it was only a moment in the outside world. Before waiting for Yang Chen to carefully understand what detailed changes had taken place in his sea of consciousness, the ninth thunder tribulation had already smashed down regardless. 9981 thunder lights directly formed a closed thunder circle, completely wrapping Yang Chen in it. The light flashed sharply, and the four women in the distance had to retreat a few miles, and then they stopped in shock. The thunder circle surrounded Yang Chen, constantly bombarding the 10 golden dans in Yang Chen's upper and lower dantian. After Yang Chen's jedan stubbornly resisted for a while, it shattered. The remaining thunder light seemed to have found an outlet, madly squeezing toward the 10 broken golden dans. The broken golden dans also began to change their shape frantically. After a while, they turned into 10 little people sitting cross-legged, flashing different colors, but still rotating slowly in the order of the 5 elements. The clouds in the sky disappeared and the rain stopped, and the sky became clear in an instant. Yang Chen's figure finally appeared in the eyes of the women. The 4 women looked at each other and found the unconcealable joy in the eyes of others. Gao Yu took the lead and rushed up, and the women quickly followed. But immediately, there was a scream, and all the 4 women turned red in an instant, turned their bodies, and dared not look in the direction of Yang Chen again. "Isn't it just the clothes ruined? We are husband and wife, is it necessary?" Yang Chen was very indignant, and took out a robe from the Chenkuan bag and put it on. Chapter 940. The super strong thunder tribulation. Even Yang Chen's body was destroyed several times, not to mention the clothes outside his body. Fortunately, the merit ring was strong enough not to be damaged in this level of tribulation, otherwise Yang Chen would not even be able to find a robe to cover his body. The naked Yang Chen was seen by the women, but even if the women's cultivation base was high, they were still young girls after all. They have never seen such a scene, and they all blushed. It wasn't until Yang Chen put on his robe that they turned back with a red face. Jiao Yu's shyness quickly turned into worry. She flew forward and touched Yang Chen's body a few times. When she determined that Yang Chen was already a master of the Yuanying stage and was safe and sound, she stopped. Unexpectedly, Jiao Yu was about to withdraw her hand, but it was grabbed by Yang Chen. Jiao Yu struggled twice and did not break free. Her face turned red and her head drooped down. She did not dare to look at the eyes of the other three women. Shashanshan looked at Yang Chen's safety and joy flashed in her eyes, but her face was still cold. However, Sun Qingxue was very happy, especially when she saw Yang Chen holding Jiao Yu's hand. She seemed to be very envious. She took the initiative to step forward and put her little hand in Yang Chen's hand. It really scared us to death just now. Sun Qingxue patted her chest with her other hand and said with lingering fear, what the hell is going on? How can the thunder tribulation become like this? Sun Qingxue's question was also what the other three women wanted to ask. It's just that no one was as straightforward as Sun Qingxue. Among the four women, Sun Qingxue was the youngest and she knew Yang Chen the earliest. It seemed appropriate for her to speak. I don't know. Yang Chen gave a wry smile. He still had a lingering fear of the terrifying thunder tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a matter of life and death. If he hadn't fulfilled any of the conditions, he would have died a tragic death today. Whether one's divine sense had not reached the human immortal realm, or did not have a lot of spiritual liquid to provide an instant massive amount of spiritual power, or even did not have the blood river and the white dragon in the sea of consciousness, one could die. He had just gotten married and was going to marry 4 beautiful ladies. No matter what, he couldn't bear to do it. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but glance at the faces of the 4 women around him. His fiery gaze made the 4 women feel a little overwhelmed. Except for Shashanshan, the other 3 women lowered their heads slightly. Suddenly, the stubborn Shashanshan seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. She glared at Yang Chen fiercely and then lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Chen again. Yang Chen looked inexplicable, but he didn't know what Shashanshan was thinking. He could only shake his head slightly, then gently pulled the 2 women in his hand and said, "Let's go back and celebrate. This is a big day." As he spoke, his body had already sunk into the water. At this time, the Dragon Palace treasure house was the best place to celebrate. The 4 women also followed Yang Chen's movements and disappeared into the water. However, just as they were about to completely enter the water, Yang Chen suddenly turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. He frowned slightly as if there was something he couldn't figure out. But immediately Yang Chen returned to normal and swaggered back to the Dragon Palace treasure house with the 4 women. Everyone took turns to cross the tribulation, especially when Yang Chen was crossing the tribulation. It was so dangerous that everyone's heart was in their throat. No one had time to carefully explore the changes in their bodies. Now that they had returned to a safe place, it was natural to look at the situation of their bodies first. The first thing they did when they got back, the 4 women all sat down cross-legged and then explored. Yang Chen was no exception. He also wanted to know what changes had happened to his body after experiencing such a dangerous thunder tribulation. The most obvious change was naturally the change in spiritual power. After reaching the nascent soul stage, whether it was the amount of spiritual power or the control of spiritual power, it had been upgraded to a whole new level. The gap between the Yuanying stage and the Jedan stage was like the Yuanying stage having an extra brain compared to the Jedan stage. It was not surprising that there would be such changes from the Jedan stage to the Yuanying stage. But Yang Chen was different. He had 10 Yuanying stages, which was completely different from the 1 Yuanying stage of others, and they were distributed in 2 parts, the dantian and the chest. Consistent with the original Jedan stage, the yin and yang 5 elements each occupied a part. The spiritual power alone was 10 times stronger than that of others, not to mention the power of the 5 elements. But this was the place that Yang Chen cared about the least. What he wanted to know most now was what was the situation of his body after being destroyed by the thunder tribulation and then reborn. The spiritual power flowed in the body without any obstacles at all. It was round and it seemed to have been integrated with the spiritual power. However, this was also normal. It seemed that the current new body was shaped with a massive amount of spiritual power, and it was expected that it was compatible with the spiritual power. However, the change in the strength of the body made young Chen really shocked. Compared with the previous mortal body, the current body was no less than 100 times stronger. The flying sword might not be able to pierce it, let alone the change in strength. Young Chen didn't have to try to know that his physical body had reached the middle stage of the river-turning strength. If you want to cultivate from the early stage to the middle stage, it would take at least 1,000 years of hard work for the yellow turban strongman in the immortal world. Unexpectedly, in the mortal world, it was achieved in less than 200 years. However, there would be no such good things in the future. Every time the body was transformed by the tribulation, the difficulty of cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique increased a bit, which was what young Chen had expected. In addition to the strength, resilience, bone strength and so on, there were extremely significant changes. Young Chen had the memory of the tribulation. In his impression, the changes in the body after the thunder tribulation could not reach such a level at all, unless he passed the yin fire tribulation and entered the darching stage, there would be such a change. Unusual heavenly tribulation, unusual body changes. Young Chen could only attribute these unusual things to this unique heavenly tribulation. But what kind of tribulation did young Chen experience? Young Chen is still confused and has no memory of it. After thinking about it, young Chen couldn't understand it, so he simply didn't think about it. In any case, young Chen has been promoted to the Yuanying stage. In front of him was a broader cultivation sky, so he didn't have to look for those things that had no foundation. Compared with the changes in the physical body, the changes in the spiritual awareness were surprising. It was simple to say, the promotion from the first grade of human immortal to the second grade of human immortal, but young Chen knew that this simple promotion took longer than the early darching stage to the middle darching stage. Not to mention the changes in the conciseness of the spiritual awareness. Even if someone took a magic weapon comparable to young Chen's golden bell and bombarded young Chen's ear, it would not have any effect on young Chen. Chapter 941. The strange thing was that the scope of the sea of consciousness did not expand, it was still so big. But the strength of the sea of consciousness has increased by a lot. For the first time, young Chen encountered a thunder tribulation that could directly attack the sea of consciousness, but he had never heard of it before. The biggest change was the life source magic weapon that young Chen tempered in the sea of consciousness. It was not correct to say that the life source magic weapon was not correct. To be precise, it was the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword that was prepared to serve as the immortal beheading blade. After the fragmentation and reorganization of the thunder tribulation, except for the immortal beheading blade, all the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword seemed to have been re-refined by the thunder tribulation. Young Chen did not need to take it out now, just by enlarging these flying swords in the sea of consciousness, he could easily find the changes in them. Some of the small flaws that could not be solved before because of the lack of cultivation base seemed to have been completely made up by the thunder tribulation and no longer existed. Of course, there must be flaws, but that was something that could only be perfected by slowly tempering over a long period of time. No matter how powerful the thunder tribulation was, it could not be changed. It was a pity that because young Chen did not want to rely on the magic weapon to cross the tribulation, he hoped to rely entirely on his body to resist the thunder tribulation, so some powerful magic weapons such as the golden bell did not get additional benefits. But this was not a big deal. Anyway, after young Chen's cultivation base was improved, he would naturally slowly refine and upgrade it. With the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, plus the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art, as long as the effort was deep, even the ordinary magic weapon could become a treasure. Speaking of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, the strongest profound spirit furnace young Chen had already refined to the Heavenly Spirit 10th layer and the Earth Fiend 20th layer. Young Chen's current yin and yang 5 element spirit power has been subdivided into 30 kinds of spirit power, and the power was almost 10 times more than ordinary spirit power. It was a pity that the ruler was not in his hands now, but in the hands of Gong Suanling's master ancestor, Gao Shiyang, to measure his own spirit power level in order to attack the Daching stage. Otherwise, the ruler could most intuitively show Yang Chen's combat effectiveness. When Yang Chen finished his body examination, the 4 women had basically completed their respective examinations, and all of their faces were full of joy. As if she wanted to share her joy with Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue rushed to tell him about her changes. The little girl's spiritual power was transformed into the first wood true essence, but there was not much change in the rest, but her spiritual awareness had increased to the limit of the peak Yuanying stage. It seemed that she was only one step away from breaking through this bottleneck and entering the Daching stage. Big brother Yang. Ah no, husband, let's do spiritual awareness double cultivation together, maybe we can break through right away. After Sun Qingxue finished talking about her situation, she directly called out to Yang Chen, making the women stunned for a while. This wasn't the end. When Sun Qingxue finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, we've both reached the nascent soul stage. We can do dual cultivation with you now." As soon as Sun Qingxue said this, the other 3 women suddenly blushed again. They lowered their heads and no one dared to look at Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue was aware of her shyness. She screamed and hurriedly covered her little face with her hands, not daring to look up again. Yang Chen remembered that there was still this benefit to being promoted to the Yuanying stage. Immediately, Shishanshan's inexplicable shyness flashed in his mind when he was just outside. Did she also think of this problem? The awkward topic made the 4 women very shy. However, everyone quickly recovered. What was there to be afraid of? They were already married to their own husband. What was there to be shy about in the dual cultivation between husband and wife? Human relations were important matters, even immortals were inevitable. Didn't they see the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West? This is good. Yang Chen looked at the 4 women, raised their heads and looked at him. Yang Chen nodded and praised, "At any time, don't let some trivial things affect your Dao heart. It's not worth it." Although Yang Chen's words were a bit preaching, the 4 women bowed slightly to Yang Chen and said in unison, "Yes, husband." Looking at the 4 beautiful women, Yang Chen suddenly had an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Marrying these 4 women at the same time, in his previous life, it was estimated that even the Jade Emperor at that time didn't dare to imagine it, right? Was there anything that made Yang Chen more proud than this? In addition to Sun Qingxue, the other 3 women's divine sense was also on the verge of breaking through, and they were only one step away from the door. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse to help them improve. He immediately cultivated with the 4 women in the treasure house. The highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was really extraordinary. In addition, Yang Chen's divine sense had broken through to the 2nd grade of human immortal. Just a spiritual awareness double cultivation allowed the 4 women to break through the bottleneck, and their divine sense cultivation base was upgraded to the early Daching stage. They were all new to the Yuanying stage, and their cultivation base needed to be consolidated. In this case, the best way to consolidate their cultivation base was to have a double cultivation. The origin of this cultivation method is difficult to explain, so you don't have to go into it. Yang Chen couldn't explain to the women the origin of the heaven and earth harmony method that he gave them, so he simply told them not to pursue it. Regarding the mystery of Yang Chen, the 4 women were mentally prepared. Since Yang Chen said so, they certainly agreed. Looking at his 4 wives saying yes, husband, in unison, Ji Yunshu could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Yang Chen had an indescribable sense of accomplishment. However, although they said that they would not pursue this matter, when they carefully studied this set of dual cultivation method, it still surprised the 4 women. According to reason, they were already rare in the mortal world with excellent comprehension ability. The cultivation methods of the sect could almost be understood by them. Now there were still many things that they couldn't understand in this cultivation method. How was this possible? Yang Chen was not surprised at all. The top double cultivation method of the immortal world, if the 4 women could see through the mystery at a glance, it would be a waste to call it a top cultivation method. Therefore, Yang Chen once again played the role of a guide. From the beginning to the end, he explained the subtleties of the heaven and earth harmony law one by one. At the same time, how to cultivate under the current cultivation base, where to pay attention to, he explained it clearly and clearly. Although in Yang Chen's explanation, there were some places where it was inevitable to mention some things between husband and wife. The women also knew the importance. Even if they were blushing, they listened to every word, for fear of missing something. Everyone was a smart person. From this double cultivation method, they saw a lot of things. Especially the content of Yang Chen's explanation, it made the women vaguely understand that their husband was far from as simple as they saw now. This could be seen from the unimaginable heavenly tribulation. Chapter 942. Just when Yang Chen explained the mystery of the heaven and earth law to his 4 wives, the young sect master of Taishanmen, Li Liheng, was also telling the sect master and several other core elders about his feelings before he fell into a coma. In Li Liheng's memory, before he fell into a coma, he seemed to be in a world of lightning and thunder. Everywhere was being destroyed and shattered. Everything around him was something he had never seen before. In particular, the scene he saw at the last moment before he fell into a coma, a living white dragon swallowed him before he was smashed by lightning. The familiar voice of the predecessor, he could not forget it for the rest of his life. Let you improve your cultivation base. Sect Master Li chewed on the message passed by the predecessor. Li Liheng had told him everything, not leaving out a single word. Therefore, the last half of the senior's words were really worth pondering. This old man has a lot. What did this mean? A lot of what? Cultivation method? Or experience? Or was it experience? The predecessor's words were not finished, but the meaning expressed was really too exciting. If it was just Li Liheng's story, it may not make Sect Master Li and several other core elders pay so much attention. However, the situation at the time was that the small courtyard where Li Liheng, the young sect master of Taishanmen, lived was like suffering from a heavenly tribulation. Except for Li Liheng, everyone else, everything was turned into powder. Within a radius of 200 feet, except for Li Liheng, there was no living thing left. The strangest thing was that even several Darching stage elders who were exchanging their cultivation experiences hundreds of feet away did not notice any traces of raging spiritual power. On the contrary, they felt a tyrannical spiritual awareness sweeping across the world. Several of the elders of the Darching stage were almost kneeling on the ground by this sudden spiritual awareness. The courtyard of the young sect master was, of course, arranged in the core area. It was precisely because of this that the fleeting and tyrannical divine sense was also detected by all the experts within a radius of several hundred meters. Unfortunately, the masters of the Darching stage were so scared that they almost knelt down, and those ordinary Yuanying stage masters made a fool of themselves on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen of them fainted from fright. The rest of them stood rooted to the ground, frightened out of their wits. It took a long time for them to return to normal. Li Liheng was a junior in the Jedan stage. Even if the Taishanmen worked together to cheat for him, they couldn't make several Darching stage elders feel this way, nor could they scare other people in this area like this. Moreover, it was impossible for Li Liheng to cheat. Many of the elders, including the sect master, had personally experienced that moment. After regaining their consciousness, everyone speculated about it. The only explanation was that the senior who sent out the divine sense was definitely not an expert of this world. Of course, only the sect master and a few core elders came to this conclusion. Everyone else was kept in the dark. This incident that happened in Taishanmen was akin to a small-scale disaster, and it completely attracted the attention of all the higher-ups. Those higher-ups who didn't know the reason also sensed an unusual aura from it. The entire matter was suppressed by the higher-ups with the toughest order. All the disciples who knew about this matter all swore an inner demon oath that they would never spread it out and were forbidden to discuss it. The incident happened in a hurry, and the higher-ups didn't even give the most basic explanation, and hurriedly issued such an order. Many ordinary elders were vaguely aware that perhaps the young sect master Li Liheng was not the illegitimate son of sect master Li as everyone guessed. The reason why the higher-ups valued Li Liheng so much was definitely related to this matter. Suddenly, many people looked at Li Liheng with new eyes and they no longer dared to speak ill of him behind his back like before, nor did they dare to speculate privately. They were all waiting in awe to see what kind of surprise the young sect master would bring. The unknown senior wanted Li Liheng to improve his cultivation base. No one understood this request wrongly. All the insiders unanimously believed that what the senior wanted Li Liheng to improve was definitely the cultivation base of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. This time, the higher-ups of Taishanmen began to feel embarrassed. To improve the cultivation base of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, the first condition was to solve the problem of Li Liheng's unexplained coma. And to solve this problem, it was necessary to use the spirit congealing pill. The embarrassing place was here. Although Taishanmen had spent a lot of money and exchanged the 7th grade fire seed for the pill recipe of Yang Chen's spirit congealing pill, and the masters of the medicinal hall also unanimously believed that the pill recipe was true. Yang Chen also swore that this pill recipe was true. But the pill recipe was in hand, the medicinal materials were in hand, but the spirit congealing pill could not be refined. Yang Chen's retreat had been for 18 years, plus the previous years of research. Dozens of masters of Taishanmen's medicinal hall had been studying the refining method of this spirit congealing pill for more than 20 years. The result made the higher-ups vomit blood. It could almost be said that they got nothing. What was the purpose of buying the pill recipe before? It was not to get rid of the dependence on Yang Chen. But now the whole thing went around a big circle, and then the higher-ups of Taishanmen helplessly found that they had to turn to Yang Chen in the end. Not to mention whether Yang Chen would agree to refine pills for Taishanmen in a short time, the price to be paid for this alchemy would definitely make the Taishanmen feel pain. The higher-ups simply hated the bunch of trash in the medicinal hall. It was such a simple matter. They had the pill recipe and the medicinal ingredients in their hands, but they couldn't even refine a lousy pill. The sect had really raised this group of trash in vain. Of course, this could only be thought in their hearts, and it was impossible to say it out loud. But what happened in Li Liheng's courtyard made Sect Master Li and the core executives determined that no matter what price they had to pay, they must let Yang Chen refine enough pills. No matter how big the price was, it was worth it. As long as they could establish a connection with that predecessor, whether it was cultivation or alchemy refining, they could get unprecedented guidance. The time when Chunyang Palace became the only super sect seemed to be predictable. This was not the assumption of Sect Master Li alone, but the common understanding of all the core elders who knew the inside story. The arduous task, of course, fell to Maro Qi, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall, who had dealt with Yang Chen many times. This kind of thing, Maro Qi would not give up. The authorization given to Maro Qi by the higher-ups of Taishanmen was that, no matter the cost, as long as it could be done, he should promise Yang Chen. However, when Maro Qi accepted the task and left, his face was not so relaxed. The leaving figure looked completely like a hero who was going to die generously, only singing "The wind is bleak, the water is cold" in his mouth. Chapter 943. Yang Chen didn't know what kind of shock his sudden whim brought to the Taishanmen at that time. He didn't know that the power of the Thunder Tribulation was even reflected to the Taishanmen sect through that spiritual awareness imprint. He was now preparing to enter heaven. The wedding night that had been delayed for 18 years was finally about to become a reality. In the memory of his previous life, he didn't know how many immortals wanted to have a double cultivation with the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy. Even the sect master of the Shentian sect, the new Jade Emperor, was no exception. Unfortunately, they could only think about it and it was impossible to become a reality. But in front of him, the thing that countless people dreamed of would soon happen to Yang Chen. Since everyone had been promoted to the Yuanying stage, then the life between husband and wife would naturally happen naturally. It was impossible for the husband and wife to be together and start double cultivation without doing anything. Everything needed to be familiar with the process. The previous highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra had made the four women accustomed to ordinary contact with Yang Chen, so now it was time to familiarize themselves with the process of deeper contact. The four women were a little shy, but Shashanshan was decisive. Seeing that the women did not speak, she stood up, then bit her lip, reached out and pulled Yang Chen to a palace in the back. When Shashanshan's snow-white skin was revealed when she slowly took off her robe, even Yang Chen couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Shashanshan's delicate body could not see a trace of flaws. Perfect skin color, perfect lines, and perfect facial features. No matter from which angle, it was a perfect work of art. Yang Chen's hand gently touched Shashanshan's skin and immediately caused a small tremor. On Shashanshan's delicate skin, there was also a small pimple. He slowly hugged Shashanshan and kissed her cherry lips. Smelling Shashanshan's fragrant breath, Yang Chen suddenly had a surreal feeling. How did I, Yang Chen, gain your favor? Yang Chen couldn't help but whisper in Shashanshan's ear. This sentence seemed to detonate the bomb in Shashanshan's body. Shashanshan suddenly took the initiative. Her hands quickly took off Yang Chen's clothes, and then she threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Her delicate body was as hot as fire, and there was no resemblance to the title of Winter Plum Fairy. The candlelight flickered. Both of them were cultivators, and their wedding night lasted for an entire day and night. Yang Chen and Shashanshan were also immersed in the pleasure that was not of cultivation, and they were almost unable to extricate themselves. To Yang Chen's surprise, Shashanshan actually cultivated the art of inner charm, which really gave Yang Chen a surprise. The cold plum fairy, who was cold and didn't give anyone a good face outside, seemed to be completely open in front of Yang Chen, and became a passionate beauty. The beauty of it was not known to outsiders. With the first one, there was naturally a second one. However, Yang Chen took the initiative and pulled Gaou to spend the second time in their wedding night. Gaou and Shashanshan's feelings were completely different. It was the joy of a long-cherished wish of 10,000 years being fulfilled. Hugging his master's charming body in his arms, Yang Chen wished he could be one with his master. Next was senior sister Gong Sunling. Gong Suanling's performance was relatively less intense, but she was very dependent on Yang Chen. No matter what method Yang Chen used, she was willing and obedient. The most mischievous was Sun Qingxue, who was also the last wife of Yang Chen to become a woman. She had complete trust in Yang Chen, and she also completely gave herself to Yang Chen. Even Sun Qingxue sometimes took the initiative to let Yang Chen taste some novel tastes. In just half a month, the 4 wives took turns to become real women, and they really became Yang Chen's women. To Yang Chen's surprise, all 4 women had practiced the art of bedroom. Although no one said it, they all wanted to give Yang Chen the most wonderful feeling. Let Yang Chen's several wedding candles, happy really like immortals. This kind of paradise life, Yang Chen and the 4 women spent half a year in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. When the husband and wife were completely familiar with each other, and the 4 women's understanding of the heaven and earth integration method was also in place, Yang Chen and the 4 women began to cultivate together. Each of the 4 women had cultivated the original cultivation method of their respective attributes, and when they cooperated with Yang Chen, they simply complemented each other. For the next 2 years, Yang Chen and the 4 wives spent their time cultivating together while consolidating their respective cultivation bases. Calculating the time, Yang Chen finally discussed the future cultivation with the 4 women. According to Yang Chen, although the 4 women were now considered to have a very good cultivation base, there was still a long way to go from the real Tao heart of iron, and they still needed very hard tempering. For Yang Chen's statement, none of the 4 wives would have any objection. Yang Chen's many statements and practices had proved that he was right. As his wife, Yang Chen would never harm them, so they all nodded. If it was just a simple ascension, the 4 women would follow their current cultivation and persevere, and it would be a natural thing to cross the tribulation and ascend. However, things were not so simple. Yang Chen knew that the world after ascension was not such a peaceful world, and the competition was even more cruel than the mortal world. Originally, according to the cultivation trajectory of Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, they would slowly show the ruthless side of the enemy after ascension, and also let the spiritual world and the immortal world truly recognize the prestige of the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. However, in the previous life, the 2 women had also paid a painful price in the spiritual world. Although it was not as serious as this time, their cultivation base was abolished, but they had also been seriously injured, and each had hundreds of years of painful healing experience. The reason why the 2 women were so seriously injured in their previous lives was that when they first entered the spiritual world, they had no experience of fierce fighting at all. Yang Chen didn't want his daughters, who were already his wives, to have such a painful experience again, so naturally he had to eliminate everything in the cradle. Since everyone was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, there was a place that was most suitable for honing the Dao heart and killing experience of the women. Before, Yang Chen had also heard the name of that place from the mouth of the ascended Lan Ying, the demon continent. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not have the experience of going to the demon continent, but he also knew from some people in the spiritual world that it was a continent full of killing and fighting. There was no distinction between good and evil, there was no distinction between races, there was only endless killing and the sharpening of the strong. The masters who had fought in the demon continent had become strong after ascending. How could Yang Chen let go of this kind of place where he could gain experience in the mortal world? Chapter 944. However, the demon continent was not a place that could be visited easily. Not to mention anything else, just going back and forth on the road, even if Yang Chen was now promoted to the Yuanying stage and the shuttle was faster, it was estimated that it would take 10 years. This was not counting the time of experience, so if he wanted to go, it would take at least 50 years. Moreover, this was not counting that after a few people were promoted to the Yuanying stage, they must return to the sect to leave their life jade tablet. The Yuanying stage ancestor was a treasure for any sect, and it could not be lost casually. Leaving the life jade tablet could know the life and death of their own Yuanying stage ancestor, and at the same time, when necessary, they could also rely on the life jade tablet to track the whereabouts of their own Yuanying stage disciples. This was a step that all disciples who were promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor and had a sect must take, and Yang Chen was no exception, even more so for the 4 women. Therefore, it was inevitable to go back to the sect. Everyone was not alone in the sect, everyone had accepted apprentices, so it was also necessary to instruct apprentices. It would take at least a few years for all these things to be taken care of. Therefore, going to the demon continent was only the plan of Yang Chen's family, and it could not be implemented for the time being. However, there was one thing that had to be done immediately. After the Dragon Clan treasure house was collected by Xiao Tian, there was no need to stay here. Yang Chen already had a dragon palace in his hand, so naturally he had to collect this and integrate it with the dragon palace. Xiao Tian had been sleeping after swallowing the dragon bead. Yang Chen controlled the dragon pagoda and placed it on the octagonal base of his dragon palace. Then, with the help of Xiao Tian's body, he controlled the dragon palace and began to integrate the dragon palace treasure house. Since he was already in the Yuanying stage, it was easier to control. Although he had to rely on Xiao Tian for the whole process, Xiao Tian was his own spiritual pet and was still in a coma. It was not too difficult for Yang Chen's consciousness to remotely control it. The only difficulty was that it required a lot of spiritual power. However, on the complete East China Sea map, there was no problem of insufficient spiritual power at all. With the help of the women, it only took a few months to collect the treasure house. At this point, apart from some seabed elixirs in the East China Sea, there was nothing that Yang Chen needed to pay special attention to. Yang Chen released the shuttle, took the 4 ladies, found the direction and flew to the nearest green jade immortal island. The speed of the shuttle was unprecedentedly fast, even beyond the speed of the previous shuttle plus the water dividing wings. From here to the green jade immortal island, it took only 2 or 3 months to arrive, which was twice as fast as before. The return of Shashanshan directly caused a sensation in the green jade immortal island. Previously, Hu Qianyi's matter was too big, so much so that almost all the cultivators in the world knew that the cold plum fairy's cultivation was abolished, and she was also seriously injured. All the people who have seen Shashanshan's state at the time, although they didn't say it, but they all felt that Shashanshan was hopeless. Of course, with Yang Chen as her fiancé, she might be able to save her life and recover from her injuries. No one doubted this. Maybe she could cultivate again. However, it was simply impossible to restore the cold plum fairy's cultivation in a short period of time. Needless to say, it was impossible for the cold plum fairy's cultivation to reach the next level. 99 out of 100 people who had seen Shashanshan had the same attitude. Therefore, when Shashanshan stood in front of everyone again, not only was her injury healed, but she was also successfully promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor. It directly made a lot of people stay in place for a long time, stunned and speechless. After a long time, the Lord Tantai and the few great elders were the first to recover. Shashanshan's master, Song Huan, rushed to the front of Shashanshan. She was so surprised that she wished she could touch Shashanshan's body with her hands to make sure that everything she saw was real. In fact, as soon as Shashanshan released the aura of the Yuanying stage ancestor, everyone present already knew that Shashanshan had been promoted to the Yuanying stage. Since she had been promoted to the Yuanying stage, the previous injuries and the cultivation base were naturally all good, and there was no need for any inspection at all. But the concept left before was really too desperate, so there would be such a behavior of a group of masters from the Green Jade Immortal Island. After the shock, what was left was a deep surprise. The Cold Plum Fairy, Shashanshan, could be said to be the disciple with the best qualifications in the sect. Her recovery almost announced that the sect had no loss at all this time. Not only that, but the successful recovery of Shashanshan also meant that she had a place in front of her husband, Yang Chen. A son-in-law of a 5th-grade alchemist master could definitely make the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island wake up from their sleep, although they have not enjoyed the taste of sleep for a long time. Of course, Shashanshan was now a woman, and everyone could see this. But so what, if not so, how could Yang Chen be firmly grasped? The Taishanmen suffered a big loss this time. Not only did they bear the loss of reputation, but they also lost a Darching stage master, Hu Qianni, and by the way, there was a great elder plus dozens of Yuanying stage masters and hundreds of Jedan stage masters. If the compensation of the Taishanmen was counted before, the Taishanmen could be said to have suffered a double loss. Everyone understood who caused such a miracle. He was a guest himself, and now he was the savior of Shashanshan. Yang Chen naturally became the most distinguished guest of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Including the Lord of Tantai, they were all respectful to Yang Chen, and the more they looked at him, the more they liked him. The other 3 wives of Yang Chen were naturally also received with a grand reception. Shashanshan was taken by her master, Song Huan, and hurried to the ancestral hall to worship the ancestors, and at the same time went to the Hall of Heroes to leave her life jade token. The Green Jade Immortal Island almost celebrated because of the strong return of Shashanshan. Later, under the dissuasion of several great elders, there was no big fanfare, just a simple celebration by the high-level members. He could pull back Shashanshan, who was on the verge of death, and not only her injury was healed, but her cultivation base was also raised to a higher level. Such a genius doctor, how could people not be crazy about him? What's more, Yang Chen still had a big killer weapon in his hands, the effect of the appearance pill. At least 5 of the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island have already experienced it. Counting Shashanshan, that was the 6th. A living example was placed in front of them. These female cultivators could deliberately maintain the image of a master, which was already comparable to the difficulty of fighting with the Taishanmen. In the VIP hall to welcome the distinguished guests, the Lord of Tantai had recovered his calmness and asked in detail about the experiences of Yang Chen and the women over the years. Yang Chen was not too detailed, but he did not skip it. He roughly said some of his experiences, which was enough to deal with it. In the end, the Lord of Tantai asked solemnly Yang Chen, "How can I refine the appearance pill?" Chapter 945. This was not what the Lord of Tantai needed. The appearance pill that Yang Chen gave to the Lord of Tantai last time were all refined with 10,000 years of spirit medicine. In the mortal world, it could make people look young forever. The Lord of Tantai's words were asked for the millions of disciples under the command of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It couldn't be helped, only the 5 of them enjoyed such great benefits. It would be abnormal if the people below were not noisy. As a woman, the Lord of Tantai certainly knew better than Yang Chen the fatal attraction of this appearance pill for female cultivators. Therefore, she must take advantage of this time to ask clearly. Even if she couldn't get it immediately, she had to fight for a chance for her own disciples. After being with the ladies for a long time, she naturally talked about this topic. Yang Chen now understood how much trouble he had caused for himself by introducing the appearance pill at this time. However, at the time, if he didn't take it out, Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan didn't even have the minimum confidence, so Yang Chen couldn't think too much about it. Since things had already happened, Yang Chen would naturally not refuse. However, Fairy Chang'e's appearance pill was not so easy to get. Yang Chen could only use the inferior appearance pill of the Nine Heavens Fairy to deal with it. Moreover, the medicinal materials couldn't be replaced with this extremely precious 10,000-years-old elixir. Even so, this appearance pill was destined to be expensive. It couldn't be helped, Yang Chen alone, even if he didn't do anything every day and specialized in refining the appearance pill, he couldn't meet the needs of all the female cultivators in the world. What's more, even if it was the inferior Millennium Elixir, it was still a Millennium Elixir. How many could there be in this world? After I return to the sect, I will take some time to refine a batch of low-level appearance pills and sell them at Wanbao Tower. After making the decision, Yang Chen didn't mind spreading the news as soon as possible. It was a form of publicity for Wanbao Tower. The specific price will be decided by senior brother Shangguan of Wanbao Tower. With just this sentence, Shangguan Feng had become the favorite friend of all female cultivators, second only to Yang Chen. The number of appearance pill quotas which Wanbao Tower branch would be allocated was all up to Shanghai Feng. Which female cultivator doesn't want to make friends with Shangguan Feng? Which female cultivator didn't have a few confidants? These people, without exception, all praised Shangguan Feng highly. Although it was impossible to meet everyone's needs, at least there was a stable channel to buy the appearance pill in the future. The Lord of Tantai was also relatively satisfied. Next, the guests and the host were naturally happy. Shishanshan also came back and sat next to Yang Chen. Her every move was very respectful and obedient, giving Yang Chen enough face. After staying in the Green Jade Immortal Island for almost a month, Yang Chen took his master, senior sister and son Qingxue to fly to the Blue Cloud sect. Shishanshan had to stay in the sect to deal with some affairs, and at the same time, she had to continue to receive some guidance in the sect. It was almost the same reaction as when Shishanshan returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The people of the Blue Cloud sect saw the living Sun Qingxue and saw Sun Qingxue who had become a Yuanying stage ancestor, and their eyes almost popped out. Before, there had been a vague news from the Green Jade Immortal Island, saying that the Cold Plum Fairy had returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Dancing Snow Fairy was also there, but not many people knew the specific situation. When Yang Chen's family stayed in the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud sect had been waiting for them. It was not easy to wait for them to return to the sect. Who knew that when they met, it was an unforgettable surprise. Elder Hua Wanting, just like Sun Qingxue's mother, carefully looked at Sun Qingxue up and down, for fear that she would still leave a trace of hidden danger. This disciple of her own was not as good as the cultivation of Shishanshan at the beginning, so in Hu Qianyi's attack, she was not as seriously injured as Shishanshan. But it was worth mentioning that even with Hu Qianyi's Darching stage cultivation base, when he was alone with Sun Qingxue, he did not let her be caught intact, which was already the highest praise for Sun Qingxue. Even if the injury was not as heavy as Shishanshan's, in the eyes of the Blue Cloud sect, the best result for Sun Qingxue was a waste of her cultivation base. With Yang Chen, maybe she could cultivate again after recovering from the injury, but no one thought that there would be such a big surprise. In just 20 years, all the injuries of Sun Qingxue were cured, and she was promoted to the Yuanying stage. Even if the 5th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill could treat the injuries of the masters of the Darching stage, after all, they were masters of the Darching stage, their bodies were incomparably strong, swallowing the medicinal pill would not cause a backlash. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue in the Jedan stage could not withstand the medicinal qi of the 5th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen still successfully cured the injuries of the two women and improved their cultivation base. The mystery of this made people feel expectant when they thought about it. However, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect also knew that this kind of thing belonged to Yang Chen's exclusive secret method and it was absolutely impossible to ask. However, this did not prevent them from asking their own disciple Sun Qingxue. Naturally, this was a matter for the future. The urgent matter was to entertain Yang Chen's family. Shishanshan was not there, and with the friendship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, it was not a big deal. But Yang Chen could not be neglected. The grand posture of the Blue Cloud sect was almost the same as that of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even the question asked by Sect Master Lu during the dinner was the same. The Blue Cloud sect was also dominated by female disciples, and the demand for the appearance pill would never be less than that of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Therefore, Yang Chen has not yet refined the appearance pill, and Shanghai Feng has become the object of the two sects' efforts. The favor of the two sect made Shanghai Feng feel pain and happiness. Also, after staying in the Blue Cloud sect for a month, Yang Chen left with his master and sister and rushed back to Chunyang Palace. At this time, the news of the return of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy at the same time had spread among the cultivators. Even the promotion of the two women to the Yuanying stage was not concealed. For a while, it caused a burst of exclamation from the various sect. Yang Chen ignored the surprise of these friends, drove the shuttle and quickly returned to Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace took all the elders and Yuanying stage masters out to greet them. They had long heard about the return of Yang Chen's family of 5, but they had not waited for them. Now they finally saw Yang Chen appear in front of them with Gaou and Gong Sunling. The 3 Yuanying stage masters, the real Yuanying stage masters, let the head of the palace nodded and said with a slight choking voice, "Good. Good." There was nothing else to say. The masters of Gaou and Gong Sunling, Wang Yong and Jiao Xiang, also looked at their own disciples with unspeakable pride. In the end, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen's head. This was the talent that made the entire Chunyang Palace fly high, the Qilin of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 946. Yang Chen did not say much detail about where he retreated to the master of the palace and the ancestors. He just said that he refined a special medicinal pill, and then tried his best to restore the cultivation base of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. As for everyone's collective promotion to the realm of the Yuanying stage ancestors, it was because of the long-term retreat and the joint double cultivation. In addition to the heaven and earth law, Yang Chen also prepared a relatively ordinary but superior double cultivation method in the mortal world, which was used to fudge. There were many things, except for the husband and wife, other people could not know too much, even the master of the palace was no exception. At this point, Yang Chen had already made it clear to his 4 wives. In fact, the 4 women also knew that the things that Yang Chen gave them, any one of them was enough to let the entire world of cultivators stage a crazy killing and robbing. Not flaunting one's wealth was not only applicable to mortals, it was also applicable in the world of cultivators. In any case, Chunyang Palace had 3 more human Yuanying stage ancestors, which was not a trivial matter. It must be known that in the past, there were only 8 Yuanying stage ancestors in Chunyang Palace at most, and there was one who was loyal to Taishanmen. Later, although many Yuanying stage ancestors were recruited, there were still many monster race people, and the human Yuanying stage ancestors were a minority. In the years that Yang Chen was not there, the changes in Chunyang Palace were simply changing with each passing day. The newly joined disciples with good qualifications from the people have begun to show their talents temporarily, and thousands of people have reached the Jedan stage. Compared with the poor hundreds of people in the past, and it has not increased for a long time, it was simply like heaven and earth. The Hall of Eccentrics was developing even more rapidly. There were almost a dozen Yuanying stage masters who had reached the peak Yuanying stage. Each person received a questioning inner heart pill and began to retreat. As long as they waited for the exit, maybe there would be a few more masters of the Daching stage in the sect. There were more people in the Jedan stage, so that in the past few decades, every year, there would be 1 or 2 monster race people in the peak Jedan stage with the help of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill. The total number of nascent soul cultivators in Chunyang Palace was close to 200. This force alone made many sect members afraid. Of course, there was more envy and jealousy. Who asked their sect to not have a 5th grade alchemist? It could be said that the achievements of Chunyang Palace were absolutely inseparable from Yang Chen. Now, even without the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, Chunyang Palace could be regarded as a quasi-first-class sect, and it was also a force that could not be ignored. Recently, 2 small sects nearby had even wanted to come over and join Chunyang Palace. These things were naturally decided by the head of the palace and the elders. Yang Chen also had a lot of things to do when he came back. First, he followed the palace master Zhongjiao and the master ancestor to the ancestral hall and then went to the Hall of Heroes to leave his life source jade card. When he reached the realm of the Yuanying stage ancestor, he already had the strength to completely put his own spiritual awareness imprint into the life source jade card for long-term preservation. Each jade card was engraved with the name of the owner of the jade card. Once something went wrong, he could quickly figure out which one it was. The current Hall of Heroes was no longer just a handful of life source jade cards in the past. There were hundreds of life source jade cards, neatly arranged, hanging on the most conspicuous wall. As long as one looked at it, there was a kind of natural pride. This was the master of their own sect. After finishing these official formalities, Yang Chen stayed alone to meet with the head of the palace and several core elders. Yang Chen congratulated everyone one by one. There was no way not to congratulate him. Not only Yang Chen's cultivation base had advanced, but everyone present had improved their cultivation base. Even Qiao Ming and Xu Chengxin, who had just been promoted, seemed to have improved a small realm, reaching the peak of the early Yuanying stage. In a few decades, they would be able to enter the middle Yuanying stage. Elder Jiao Shiyang was already at the limit of the peak Yuanying stage. Yang Chen looked at him. Maybe he would cross his tribulation darching stage in the next 10 or 20 years. At that time, this would be another master of the Chunyang Palace who had cultivated to the darching stage. While the strength of the Chunyang Palace would rise to a higher level, it would also increase its attractiveness. Who could refuse a sect that could bring so many masters of the darching stage? Who didn't want to join such a sect? The reason why those super big sect made people flock to it, wasn't it because there were more cultivation resources, and the prospects of cultivation were more attractive? However, the masters of the super sect themselves were disciples with excellent cultivation qualifications, and it was natural to have high achievements. But several elders of the Chunyang Palace, including Wang Yong and Jiao Shiyang, had no hope at all before. Letting such a cultivator be promoted, it was even more rare for Chunyang Palace. After some congratulations, Yang Chen talked to the head of the palace about the appearance pill. This appearance pill was originally a medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen. How he wanted to deal with it, everyone naturally had no opinion. It's a pity to sell it at a price. The head of the palace was worthy of being an old fox. He rolled his eyes and directly came up with an idea: take a few out each time, auction them everywhere, and the highest price will get it. And the base price must include some of the medicinal materials you need. As soon as this idea came out, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, wouldn't those who wanted the appearance pill go crazy? If Yang Chen divided the appearance pill into grades, the low level would use the Millennium Elixir, the intermediate would use the Thousands of Years Elixir, and the high level would use the 10,000 Years Elixir, it could definitely meet the needs of cultivators at all levels. It could be imagined that when this appearance pill was launched, Wanbao Tower would definitely become a new dark horse that could be comparable to a few big firms. Others did not dare to suppress it, otherwise they would have to bear the condemnation of countless female cultivators and the crazy attacks of those female cultivators. The Banyan Tree Immortals Cave was now completely in the hands of Chunyang Palace, and Hu Yun was still there. The first wood true essence spiritual solution could be collected in the Immortals Cave, so it could not be easily given up. It just happened to be an outer sect of Chunyang Palace. There were not many things that Yang Chen needed to know in the other sect. On the other hand, the Blue Cloud sect had already gotten the batch of questioning inner heart pills given by Yang Chen and paid the remuneration on time. These things were kept by the head of the palace for Yang Chen, and it just happened to be returned to Yang Chen now. In these years, the Blue Cloud sect had a Yuanying stage master who crossed the tribulation and reached the darching stage, and the Green Jade Immortal Island also had one, which put a lot of pressure on the Taishanmen. Other sects were increasing their darching stage masters, only the Taishanmen were constantly losing. For Yang Chen, this was also good news. However, he believed that the Taishanmen would soon come to him. Sure enough, the head of the palace told Yang Chen that the Taishanmen's Foreign Affairs Hall Master Maro Qi had been waiting for Yang Chen for 2 years. Chapter 947. This time, Maro Qi did not wait for the news after notifying the Taishanmen. Instead, he stayed in Chunyang Palace, waiting for Yang Chen's return. Hall Master Mao's performance this time was excellent, and his patience was beyond everyone's expectations. Those who knew the reputation of Hall Master Maro of the Taishanmen were really shocked. Even Hall Master Marrow of the Taishanmen behaved like this. Those who came to ask for elixirs were naturally well-behaved and cautious, for fear that their words would anger someone in Chunyang Palace, and their chances of getting elixirs would be completely slim. Such a wait, the intentions of the Greatest Heaven sect were simply clear. Of course, the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect, who were about to have their turn, did not want it. No matter how powerful the Taishanmen were, they could not be unreasonable, right? They asked for more than once, and it was a turn that could only be filled once in a few decades. How could it be so easy? Of course, the two sect sent people to negotiate when they received the news. After all kinds of persuasion, Maro Chi almost swore with the inner demon that they would never take the opportunity of the two sect this time, but they wanted Yang Chen to make an extra move. And they gave the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect a lot of benefits, which reluctantly made the two sect stop pursuing this matter. But there was a prerequisite. If Yang Chen did not agree, then everything would not be mentioned. Even if he had to fall out with the Taishanmen, he would not hesitate. Those who broke the rules would always be attacked by those who obeyed the rules. No matter how powerful the Taishanmen were, it was impossible to compete with the joint power of the four sect. To be honest, Maro Chi was indeed ready to cut off all means of retreat and let Yang Chen cheat him for the last time. After this time, he did not want to see Yang Chen again, unless it was before he killed Yang Chen. After seeing the power of the sect's young master Li Liheng, Maro Chi firmly believed in the cultivation of spiritual sense across realms. With the guidance of a senior from the spiritual realm, the sect would definitely prosper. Compared to this ultimate goal, the worldly possessions that Yang Chen wanted were not worth mentioning at all. When Yang Chen sat opposite Maro Chi, he could clearly see the madness in Maro Chi's eyes. It seemed that the trick he played during the tribulation was enough to make the Taishanmen make up their minds. Grandmaster Yang, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. Maro Chi knew that Yang Chen would never hold back, and he would never be afraid of the strength of the Taishanmen, so after taking a sip of tea, he said directly, "My sect requires spirit congealing pill, you name a price." Spirit congealing pill? A playful smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he looked at Maro Chi and asked, "Didn't I already sell you the pill recipe? What? Could it be that you think the pill formula is fake?" Don't worry, this younger generation junior swore by the heart demon. When I was crossing the thunder tribulation, I didn't swear. The pill formula given to the senior is absolutely genuine. Of course, Maro Chi discovered that Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, and he even knew that Yang Chen's 4 wives had already been promoted to the Yuanying stage. At this point, Maro Chi could only be envious. Who told him not to have a 5th-grade alchemist master around him to help him at all costs? Looking at this situation, not to mention the promotion to the Yuanying stage, even if he crossed the tribulation, it was not impossible for him to ascend. The authenticity of the pill formula, the masters of the Taishanmen's medicinal hall have already identified it. There was no doubt that it was absolutely true. And what Yang Chen said today also proved this point. Swearing by the heart demon, when crossing the tribulation, the oath would definitely be fulfilled. Once the oath was violated, the heart demon would definitely be born during the tribulation. It was already the minimum that one could die. Usually, they would turn into flying ash and completely disappear from this world. Yang Chen's words made Maro Chi's face turn red. What else could he say? He said that his own medicinal hall had raised a group of idiots, dozens of Yuanying stage masters, 3rd and 4th grade alchemist masters, and they couldn't refine a spirit congealing pill. However, these words were not said, and Yang Chen was also aware of it. Since it was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about, they might as well put it out in the open. Grandmaster, it's really brilliant. This time, Taishanmen admit defeat. Maro Chi straightforwardly admitted his failure. He took the pill formula but couldn't refine the medicinal pill. It was shameful, but it seemed that it was not a big deal to lose face in front of a 5th-grade alchemist master. After several times of contact with Yang Chen, Maro Chi's face was now thick to a certain extent. At least when he listened to Yang Chen's half-teasing and half-truth words, he could still sit in the same place and drink tea instead of getting up and leaving, which explained everything. After admitting defeat, Marochi also directly made another request: enough to treat my young sect master's spirit congealing pill. Grandmaster, you name a price. Yang Chen stared at Marochi's eyes and seemed to want to see the bottom line of the Taishanman from Marochi's eyes. Marochi did not hesitate to look at Yang Chen, but everyone was a master of the Yuanying stage. It was impossible for Marochi to overwhelm Yang Chen with his momentum. 7th grade fire seed, do you still have it? Yang Chen was not verbose and asked directly: if you have it, 2 kinds of deal. Marochi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and sprayed it on Yang Chen's face. What do you think a 7th grade fire seed is? Do you think you can have it if you want it? Taishanmen have a big business. Collecting 4 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds is already the limit. How can they take it out again? Moreover, even if there is a 7th grade fire seed, can you give it to Yang Chen, and Yang Chen, can you use it? Marochi was very uncomfortable with Yang Chen's practice of occupying something that was useless to him. Instead of asking for something that could not be used at all, it was better to ask for something that could actually improve his cultivation base or a better magic weapon. Even if Taishanmen were talented, this 7th grade fire seed has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and only a few disciples could control it. Even if Yang Chen was powerful, Marochi didn't think that Yang Chen had this ability. Yang Chen asked for a 7th grade fire seed. Marochi wanted to punch Yang Chen to the ground and teach him a lesson. This 7th grade fire seed, there is really no more. Anger was anger, but Marochi would still suppress his emotions and said as calmly as possible: change it to something else. In that case. Yang Chen touched his chin, his fingers moved slowly on his chin, as if stroking his non-existent beard. After thinking about it, he said again: then how about 10 kinds of true essence, 1 for each? There were some kinds of spirit power that Yang Chen had not collected, so if he could get a full set from Taishanmen, it would also be a good thing. When he heard this, Marochi stumbled and fell in front of Yang Chen. 10 kinds of true essence, 1 for each. Sure enough, in order to collect a little 5th earth true essence, Taishanmen spent hundreds of years to arrange it, but later they failed and even offended the 5-element sect. 10 kinds, are you kidding me? Chapter 948. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Marochi did not feel embarrassed in front of Yang Chen, but said with confidence and assurance: origin true essence, didn't you already have a kind of 6th earth true essence last time? In addition, if there is no origin cultivation method, this origin true essence can't be used so easily. Marochi's words were not exaggerated at all. There was no origin spiritual power, and he was not a talented monster. If he forcibly absorbed the origin spiritual power, there was only one end: exploding and dying. There was no exception. This was also a reminder to Yang Chen that he wanted something practical, and not always this kind of extremely precious but unusable waste. You can't use it, but it doesn't mean that this junior can't use it. Yang Chen smiled and explained to Marochi: adding a little bit of it in some medicinal pills is enough to make the medicinal pill be reborn. The drum did not need a heavy hammer, and smart people did not need a second sentence. Marochi immediately understood Yang Chen's plan. Of course, this was the concept that Yang Chen deliberately gave him. No. Marochi shook his head firmly. Originally, he was ready to be taken advantage of, but he was not ready to be taken advantage of by Yang Chen. 10 kinds of origin spiritual power, even Taishanmen couldn't gather them all. How many are there? The missing part can be discussed, you can use other things to replace it. Yang Chen said with a smile, with a very experienced bargaining look. No more. Marochi shook his head again and replied resolutely: the only one has been given to you last time. There is really no other, change it to something else. Hall Master Maro is not sincere. Yang Chen shook his head and said very disapprovingly: in that case, there is nothing to talk about. His hand began to make a gesture of tea, and he planned to send the guest off. How could Marochi let this negotiation collapse? Of course, he had to do his best to reach an agreement. Seeing that Yang Chen was going to serve tea, he hurriedly reached out to stop Yang Chen, regardless of the dignity of a Yuanying stage master, and hurriedly said: there is really no origin true essence, even if there is, it has already been used up by the elders. The last 6th earth true essence was left by coincidence. There is really no more, change it to something else. Losing face was losing face. Maro Chi had already gone all out. This was the last time, there would be no next time. The tone of the words just now was almost pleading. Senior Mao, this spirit congealing pill is not a great medicinal pill. When Yang Chen said this, Maro Chi was a little vigilant, and he must not let Yang Chen see the slightest. When Yang Chen said this, Maro Chi was a little vigilant. The cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method must not let Yang Chen see a trace of it. But other than that, there didn't seem to be a good explanation. The only possibility was to admit to some rumors. Master, now that things have come to this point, I will not hide it. Maro Chi's heart was set. Anyway, Sect Master Li only wanted the spirit congealing pill. He could only sacrifice his reputation. The young master is the biological son of Sect Master Li of my sect. So, this reason was enough to explain why Maro Chi valued the spirit congealing pill so much, and it was enough to explain everything before. Yang Chen was amused. Looking at Maro Chi, he really didn't know what to say. He could even say this kind of thing. It could be seen that he was forced to a certain extent. That being the case, Yang Chen estimated that he couldn't get what he said before from Maro Chi. He could only take a step back himself. He touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then he said 20 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds that this younger generation junior doesn't have, and 6th grade fire seeds are no problem. Maro Chi hurriedly agreed first, and then continued to ask what else. Taishanmen has a long history. There must be some medicine gardens and elixirs left by predecessors more than 100,000 years ago. Yang Chen stared at Maro Chi and said these words plus the elixirs of such a medicine garden, deal. Maro Chi almost burped out, but he swallowed it back. The medicine garden and elixir that Yang Chen said, the greatest heaven sect really had them, but those elixirs were the bottom of the box goods. Even if they refined the questioning inner heart pills on weekdays, they would not be taken out for use. Yang Chen really dared to think about it. This was what Yang Chen had long considered. The family assets of Taishanmen. Yang Chen had heard some people bragging about it in his previous life in the heavenly court. Naturally, he would not be polite at this time. If you can't be satisfied, then don't mention anything. Yang Chen saw that Maro Chi was still a little hesitant and added another sentence. He could now be sure that Taishanmen were in urgent need of spirit congealing pills, and he was not worried that they would not agree. Even if they did not agree, it didn't matter. Anyway, the initiative was in his hands. Taishanmen saw the hope of the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method, and they would never deal with him at this juncture. This was Yang Chen's confidence. Otherwise, if anyone dared to blackmail Taishanmen like this, they would definitely be uprooted by Taishanmen and not even a blade of grass would be left. This time, it was Maro Chi's turn to consider. What Yang Chen wanted was definitely the heart of Taishanmen. 10,000 years old elixirs were already very rare. What was the concept of 100,000 years old elixir? It was estimated that the younger generation of the qi refining stage could directly build the foundation just by smelling it. Such a precious thing, did he really want to give it away? However, looking at Yang Chen in front of him, Maro Chi remembered the time when Yang Chen smiled and said to him that the market had changed. If he refused this time, then the same situation would definitely happen again next time. Although Hall Master Maro had been humble in front of Yang Chen several times, he had already vowed before coming this time that this was the last time and there would be no next time. A 6th grade fire seed was a trivial matter, but the medicine garden and elixirs, even if it was used by the great elder, almost more than 80% of the elders at the top had to pass. Could he really agree? On one side was the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method, on the other side was a medicine garden with elixirs for more than 100,000 years, which was more important. Maro Chi was in a dilemma. Looking at Maro Chi fighting here, Yang Chen was very aware of the situation and did not speak. He has been waiting quietly. In fact, he was also a little excited in his heart. If he could really get such a medicine garden's elixir, it would have a very important effect on his own alchemy skills and the expansion of the medicine garden space. Maro Chi sat opposite and thought about it for 2 hours. His body did not move. Although this kind of thing was really common for Yuanying stage masters, Maro Chi was not cultivating, so Yang Chen couldn't help but look forward to it more and more. Alchemy immediately, Deal. Maro Chi finally made up his mind and chose the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method between the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method and the medicine garden. The sect master said it well, it was just a worldly possession, when he killed Yang Chen, he would take it back. Chapter 949. A promise was a promise, but Maro Chi still put forward a condition that it must be refined immediately. The sooner it was refined, the sooner Li Leheng's injury could be cured, and the sooner the cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could be completed. The day I get the reward, the day I start the alchemy. This condition, Yang Chen did not hesitate to choose to agree. Just kidding, 20 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, plus a medicine garden with more than 100,000 years old an elixir, could definitely make Yang Chen laugh in his dreams. However, empty talk could not be done, real gold and silver could only be done when it was in hand. Maro Chi immediately set off without saying a word. He had waited for 2 years just for this moment. Anyway, the conditions have been negotiated by himself. At that time, the sect master and a group of core executives also said that they would let him make the decision, there would be no big problem. After returning to the sect, Master Gaou began to plan to start refining the dragon horn flying sword, and senior apprentice sister Gong Sunling also began to train the female apprentice she received, while consolidating her cultivation base. For the time being, life was very peaceful, but the 3 people were now living together openly. Yang Chen was now looking forward to Maro Chi's arrival again than Maro Chi's return. Unfortunately, he was doomed to be disappointed. Maro Chi had already said in secret that he would never see Yang Chen again. Therefore, this time, the things were sent by the other 2 Darching stage masters. 6th grade fire seeds, Yang Chen checked them one by one and confirmed that he did not have them before he accepted them. Subsequently, the Darching stage master took out a wooden box from his Chenkuan bag with great caution and held it in his hand, but did not immediately hand it over to Yang Chen. After pinching it for a moment, it was handed over to Yang Chen. When can we get the medicinal pill? The 2 Darching stage masters who sent things were obviously planning to wait here to get the medicinal pill. The box had been sent to Yang Chen's hands, but they did not let go, but asked Yang Chen. 2 years. Yang Chen said very affirmatively. Now that he has been promoted to the Yuanying stage, the quality and quantity of the spiritual power is more than 10 times more than the Jedan stage, and refining medicinal pills is faster. Don't let anything go wrong. Another master of the great vehicle stage almost threatened to his face. The faces of the palace master and Wang Yong next to him were somewhat ugly. Junior swears by the heart demon that I will definitely do my best to refine pills. Yang Chen casually replied with a great vow of heart demons. Only then did the other party feel relieved. Yang Chen then let go of the wooden box. Here, the head of the palace settled the 2 masters of the Darching stage, and over there, Yang Chen did not break his promise and directly began to retreat to start alchemy. Since he had promised Taishanmen, Yang Chen simply verified the authenticity of the wooden box medicine garden and looked at the elixir inside. He threw the wooden box medicine garden into the pure bottle medicine garden and began to refine pills for Taishanmen. Although the pure bottle medicine garden was not as old as the wooden box medicine garden, it had an advantage over the wooden box medicine garden, that was, it had a tool spirit. There was no doubt that Taishanmen would not hand over the medicine garden with a tool spirit to Yang Chen. Maybe there were several similar medicine gardens, and this was just the worst one. Even so, the elixir inside had already made Yang Chen speechless. After he got the Xiangyang Mountain medicine garden, he was already a rich man in elixir, but compared with the inheritance of Taishanmen for hundreds of thousands of years, the difference was not a little bit. The heritage of a big sect was far from what Yang Chen could contend with. A Zhu and a Bai were more surprised than Yang Chen. If the 2 medicine gardens were combined, the elixir in the wooden box medicine garden alone would be enough to make them improve to another level. Even without Yang Chen's order, a Zhu and a Bai began to swallow the wooden box medicine garden. However, this wooden box medicine garden was so old, and it was not known how many masters had refined it before and after. It was almost impossible to swallow it smoothly. Yang Chen also knew this. This was a long-term work, so he did not look forward to it immediately. Anyway, the things were in his own hands, and the elixir could be used at any time, and nothing would be delayed. The refining of the spirit congealing pill did not take Yang Chen too much time. Especially after his spiritual awareness was raised to the realm of the second-grade human immortal, coupled with the effect of the fourth layer of the three purities secret art, this kind of medicinal pill that needed to be distracted was not difficult for Yang Chen. Since the Taishanmen also took out their own collection, Yang Chen didn't mind doing a better job for the Taishanmen. Of course, it was mainly the credit of the profound spirit furnace. After the refining of the first-grade spirit congealing pill, it was the second-grade spirit congealing pill. In the 2 years, Yang Chen did not use it up. It only took 1.5 years to refine enough spirit congealing pills. However, he was still patient and thought about it carefully in the alchemy room for half a year, then he went out. Seeing the second-grade spirit congealing pill that Yang Chen handed to them, the 2 elders of the Taishanmen's Daching stage didn't say much. After checking the number of medicinal pills, they carefully sealed it in a jade bottle and put it away. They turned around and left without staying for a moment. They paid such a big price to ask for pills. The master of the palace watched the 2 masters of the Daching stage leave and couldn't help but say to Yang Chen, "Is Li Liheng really the son of Sect Master Li?" "Fake." Yang Chen smiled and gave an answer to the master of the palace. His eyes have been watching the direction in which the 2 masters of the Daching stage left, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The Taishanmen, after all, were still hooked. The next step was to wait for a few decades and put the plans that he had already thought of into practice one by one. It would be very pleasant at that time. "You don't have to tell us what you are going to do." The master of the palace also realized something and gently patted Yang Chen's shoulder. "As long as you remember, at any time, the Chunyang Palace will advance and retreat with you. This disciple will remember." These words were the real concern of the sect, and Yang Chen certainly had to appreciate it. A Zhu and a Bai swallowed the wooden box medicine garden, but only a little bit. Fortunately, there was a huge amount of first wood spiritual solution in the medicine garden as a backing, so that they were enough to cope with the huge amount of spiritual power needed for the swallowing. Not only that, but Yang Chen also threw in a lot of 7th metal crystal stones and 10th water crystal stones, which made a Zhu and a Bai even more powerful. Not only that, but the 2 tool spirits also used the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters that have been growing in the medicine garden. They didn't know what method they used, but these Penglai divine wood monsters suffered a lot of damage from the space backlash, and their speed was much faster than before. At this rate of progress, it was believed that it would not be long before the 2 medicine gardens could be combined into one. At that time, Yang Chen could also refine some of the legendary elixirs of life and death. Everyone had a job. In addition to cultivation and guiding the apprentices, Yang Chen was now concentrating on absorbing the fire seeds that he had collected. Chapter 950. The fire seeds in Yang Chen's hands now include all the grades of fire seeds in the mortal world, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. However, all the 6th grade fire seeds and the 7th grade fire seeds Yang Chen had not moved, he just controlled the profound spirit furnace to absorb some of the 5th grade and lower fire seeds. Of course, this was only absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. The grade of the profound spirit furnace was to be improved. In addition to the usual sacrificial refining of Yang Chen's heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art and universe treasure raising secret art, the rest was to absorb the fire seeds. In addition, absorbing the fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace was the safest way for Yang Chen. Although many of the fire seeds were well kept when others handed over to Yang Chen, who knows if there were any tricks when the Taishanmen handed over the fire seeds. At that time, when the high-level fire seeds rebelled, Yang Chen would inevitably be attacked. Therefore, the safest way was to absorb all these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. Then through the profound spirit furnace, it was slowly integrated into his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire. He has received a lot of fire seeds below the 6th grade, including the remuneration paid by the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen first absorbed these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace effortlessly. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation base has been greatly improved, the ability to control the profound spirit furnace and the flame has gone up to the next level, and the absorption of low-level fire seeds is several times or even dozens of times faster than before. The grade of the fire seeds at the end of the month, the faster the improvement. In just a few months, all the fire seeds below the 6th grade were absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. Subsequently, Yang Chen began to think about the 6th grade fire seeds. In his previous life, Yang Chen had controlled the fire seeds, and the highest level was the 5th grade true sun fire. But now there are 5 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds and dozens of 6th grade fire seeds in his hands. These things, Yang Chen was also very envious. However, after weighing it, Yang Chen still gave up this dangerous move. At present, Yang Chen's ability to control fire is not enough to control the 6th grade fire seed. It is still necessary to improve the power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire first. Yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Yang Chen only absorbed a 3rd grade fire seed. It couldn't be helped. There were just too many fire seeds, and absorbing and fusing fire seeds required a lot of time. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was the same. If one absorbed a high-level fire seed in the beginning, it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This was a fatal flaw for the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, so Yang Chen tried to absorb the low-level fire seeds first. However, Yang Chen felt that it was a waste of time to stay in the sect to absorb and fuse with the fire seed. Rather than that, he might as well go out and spend the time on the road doing this. Gao Yu wants to refine her own dragon horn flying sword, so she cannot leave the sect for the time being. Gong Sunling also needed to rest in the sect for a period of time. Therefore, in the end, Yang Chen set out on his journey alone. The first thing to do was to go to the extreme north of the Demon Plain. 100 years ago, Yang Chen left a formation there to collect the 4th fire true essence. Presumably, it has now collected enough 4th fire true essence for Yang Chen to cultivate the 4th fire true secret art, just to take it back. That was the secret plane found from the unlucky Taishanman Yuanying stage. He could not say that he would also collect the secret plane on the way and leave it to his future apprentice. Speaking of apprentices, according to the days, there would be an apprentice that Yang Chen had scheduled to appear in the near future. Hannah Mengyu, a genius spirit medicine planting master, although her cultivation may be relatively poor, but in the planting of spirit medicine, she was an absolute master. The method of planting thunder pomegranate was discovered by her. After returning from the extreme north, he could bring Hannah Mengyu back to the sect and accept her as an apprentice. And Yang Chen has already prepared gifts for Hannah Mengyu. 2 medicine gardens plus the secret plane that was to be collected from the extreme north could definitely allow Hannah Mengyu to play to her strengths. Because her cultivation realm was not very strong, although Hannah Mengyu devoted herself to the Green Jade Immortal Island in her previous life, she did not receive much attention at the beginning. It was not until 100 years later that she discovered the method of planting thunder pomegranate that she became famous. With the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island at all costs, she ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world. However, Hannah Mengyu's final cultivation realm was not very high, only reaching the golden immortal level. But she was a highly valued figure and had always had a high status. This female apprentice, Yang Chen, was determined to accept her. With her talent for planting spirit medicine, coupled with the spirit medicine owned by Yang Chen and the Grand Supreme Lord pill scripture left by the Grand Supreme Lord, this combination could definitely make anyone covet her. Now with Yang Chen's speed, few people could catch up with him. No matter where he went, the top leaders of the sect were very relieved. In addition, Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage master, and his ability to protect himself was absolutely not bad, so when he left alone, no one had any objections. After all, cultivation was to often experience, and it was impossible to become a great principal golden immortal. Along the way, it was very smooth, and there were almost no obstacles at the high speed. Yang Chen first took the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave in the 10,000 Trees Forest. After meeting with Hu Yun, he changed to the extreme north ice field. When Yang Chen kept absorbing the fusion fire seeds on the way to strengthen the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, it was also the most difficult period for Yang Lan in Taishanmen. However, there seems to have been some turnaround recently. Originally, when Senior Zhu Xian had not yet joined the Chunyang Palace, he had already seen that Yang Chen was hostile to Yang Lan of Taishanmen, but he had never killed him. Although Senior Zhu Xian did not understand what was the reason for this, he did not mind doing something to please Yang Chen. Through Senior Zhu Xian, he arranged some killers to scare Yang Lan out of his wits. Then he used the internal relationship of Taishanmen to constantly make things difficult for Yang Lan, making Yang Lan's life in Taishanmen extremely difficult. Later, Senior Zhu Xian was promoted to the Dacheng stage, and his words were even more powerful. In order to please Senior Zhu Xian, several guys in Taishanmen who had already been bribed naturally put more effort on Yang Lan, making Yang Lan miserable and wanting to die. In the past few decades, Yang Lan's life has been like hell, and he could not see any hope at all. Resistance, he did not dare to think about it. Those who bullied him had much higher cultivation base than him, and their status was also much higher. No matter from which aspect, he had no capital to resist. Without resources, being bullied by the disciples around him, Yang Lan's cultivation base also stagnated, and he was constantly sent to do the dirtiest, most tiring, most bitter and most dangerous work, and even gave him no time to cultivate. The sense of superiority that he had when he joined Taishanmen before, he did not know where he had thrown it away. But recently, something happened that was indirectly related to Yang Lan. The people who served around the young sect master Li Liheng suddenly all died. At Li Liheng's own suggestion, Yang Lan, the sister of Yang Lan, who had been driven far away, returned to the side of the young sect master to serve. Chapter 951. When Yang Lan was driven away, it was because the sect master thought that the people around the young sect master were not properly served, so the young sect master fell into a coma for no reason. At that time, all the people who served the young sect master were changed. The recent status of the young sect master Li Liheng was not what it used to be. He was bullied by several masters in the medicinal hall and did not dare to say anything. Now all the senior executives respected Li Liheng and really regarded Li Liheng as the young sect master of Taishanmen. All the people around Li Liheng were dead. It was a big thing to have the original people come back to serve. Even without the approval of the sect master, there were naturally some elders who helped the young sect master to do this. Yang Lan naturally returned to Li Liheng's side. Li Liheng, who was proud of his success, finally enjoyed the feeling of having power in his hands. Although it was not a real power, the elders who had real power were also obedient to him. As long as it was not too much, he would do whatever he said. His days were like heaven. However, Li Liheng also knew that his strength was not in cultivation, but in spiritual awareness, in the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method, so he still did not relax in the cultivation of spiritual awareness. But in terms of women, Li Liheng was not so cautious. Yang Lan was originally very beautiful. After being neglected for many years, she tasted the warmth and coldness of human nature. In addition, her brother was also bullied. With such an opportunity, she naturally did everything to please the young sect master. Soon, Li Liheng was very fond of Yang Lan, and others naturally began to flatter him. As a result, Yang Lan's spring finally came again. As the brother of the young sect master's favorite concubine, Yang Lan's life immediately became much better. Zhu Xian was also an outsider, not a disciple of the sect. These people in the sect would still have to live in the main sect in the future. Therefore, it was normal to follow the red top and the white top. In addition to being constantly threatened by the killers outside, Yang Lan finally occupied a place in the sect again. As for those killers, as long as Yang Lan did not leave the sect, who dared to enter the Taishanmen sect to kill people? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Lan was like a long drought and had to seize it by all means. His eloquence quickly won the favor of the young sect master, who allowed him to follow and serve. Yang Lan also got some good things from Li Liheng to give to Yang Lan. The originally stagnant cultivation base also began to gradually improve. In less than 5 years, it had reached the peak of the foundation stage and was about to condense the Dan. And Yang Chen's reputation at the moment has become even more resounding, a 5th-grade alchemist master, a Yuanying stage master. Even Taishanmen have to ask for pills in front of Yang Chen. It can be described as infinite glory. As long as he heard the news of Yang Chen, Yang Lan couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Both of them were from the Yang village. In terms of time, he had joined the sect earlier than Yang Chen. In terms of talent, he was better than Yang Chen. In terms of the sect, the Taishanmen were miles ahead of the Chunyang Palace. Why does Yang Chen have such a great reputation now? But Yang Lan himself has just recovered from his lingering breath. The soaring jealousy made Yang Lan's whole face distorted when no one was around. He fell into the previous predicament all because of Yang Chen, this damn guy. If he didn't agree to join the Taishanmen, how could he be like this? He completely forgot that he didn't want Yang Chen to join the Taishanmen at that time. Instead, he planned to let the Taishanmen put Yang Chen to death. Yang Lan wanted to retaliate. However, after decades of suffering, he finally understood a truth. A gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late. The important thing now is to improve his cultivation base, not to find trouble with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was at the peak of his power. Even the young sect master had to be careful to guard against Yang Chen's medicinal pills. So during this time, he could only be dormant and watch Yang Chen show off his strength. But Yang Lan believed that one day, he would want Yang Chen to kneel in front of him like a dog and beg him for mercy. Yang Chen, who was concentrating on the fusion of the fire seeds, of course, would not think that Yang Lan would have a day where he would turn over. He had already forgotten this guy. Maybe if he had the chance to meet again, Yang Chen would not talk too much nonsense. He would kill him with a clean sword, leaving no future trouble. Anyway, Yang Lan had been tortured enough over the years. Whether he was dead or alive depended on Yang Lan's own luck. The third grade and lower fire seeds on hand were finally all absorbed and merged into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. The two yin-yang fire dragons were already vivid like real dragons, and the scales and claws were already in embryonic form. Seeing that there was no third grade fire seed, Yang Chen finally turned his attention to the fourth grade fire seed. Fusing and absorbing the fourth grade fire seed, in theory, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire would have more power than the fifth grade fire seed, close to the sixth grade fire seed. Of course, this was only a theory. After all, no one in the memory of his previous life had such a powerful flame. Yang Chen could only touch the stones and cross the river, experimenting step by step. When Yang Chen was in the Jedan stage in his previous life, he took the risk of absorbing the fifth grade Sun True Fire. Now Yang Chen was already a Yuanying stage. Coupled with his previous life's fire controlling technique, it was easy to incorporate a fourth grade fire seed into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and began to slowly absorb and merge. When Yang Chen merged two fourth grade fire seeds, the polar ice field was already in sight. More than 100 years have passed, and nothing has changed here. It was still inaccessible and the same ice covered thousands of miles. There was no change in the arrangement of that year. Yang Chen easily entered the secret plane left by the predecessor of Taishanmen, and then entered the large formation that he had arranged to collect the fourth fire true essence. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, Yang Chen left a large jade bottle here, and there was already half a bottle of fourth fire true essence. These were enough for Yang Chen to cultivate the fourth fire true secret art. There were already several kinds of original spirit power on hand, but Yang Chen did not cultivate those original cultivation methods. That was deliberately left by Yang Chen to be used when he broke through the bottleneck. This bottle of fourth fire true essence was no exception. Yang Chen carefully put away the jade bottle. After careful observation, he found that there was not much fourth fire true essence to collect here. It seems that this secret plane has no meaning here, just let Yang Chen collect it as a gift for his future apprentice Hannah Mengyu. When collecting this secret plane, Yang Chen suddenly had the information of another secret plane in his mind. When Yang Chen used the secret plane incident to frame the Taishanmen, he learned the information from the key of the Taishanmen. Like this secret plane, it was also the secret plane left by the Taishanmen, but no one has explored it until now. After receiving Hannah Mengyu this time, he just went to the secret plane and searched it. Chapter 952. On the snow-covered ice sheet, a small black hole suddenly appeared. A figure slowly floated out of the black hole and slowly fell on the white snow. The black hole that had just appeared, in just a short time, there was a circle of thin white ice. Then, the ice layer became thicker and thicker, and more snow accumulated on it. In just a few breaths, it had returned to its original appearance, and it could no longer be seen that a black hole had once appeared. The figure that appeared was naturally Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen's hand was still holding something that was like a courtyard that had been shrunk countless times. Looking closely, pavilions, rockery, and running water were all available inside, and even the running water was still gurgling. This was the secret plane left by the unknown predecessor of Taishanmen under the ice sheet. After Yang Chen collected all the fourth fire true essence, the entire secret plane was also put away. This was the gift that Yang Chen intended to prepare for his next disciple. Hannah Mengyu was not born as a young lady. On the contrary, she was just a servant of a young lady, and she was not the kind of maid who served by her side, but a flower farmer who took care of a garden and raised flowers for the young lady. To put it bluntly, she was a female gardener. Even, she did not have the name Hannah Mengyu yet, but was just a village girl named Hua Sime, a child of old Master Hua's family. Hua Sime was very good at taking care of some flowers and plants, which also made her very appreciated by her family. However, appreciation was appreciation, but there was not much love. Hua Sime's face was corroded by some poisonous plant sap, and her face was full of holes. In the eyes of others, it was simply a hideous face. Such a woman, who was also a child of a lower family, who would like her? If it weren't for the fact that Hua Sime was the only one who could take care of the rare flowers in the garden, she would have been driven to work in the farmland. Not long ago, Hua Sime, like many young people with dreams of immortal cultivation, tried to go to a certain immortal sect to try her luck. However, it was a pity that Hua Sime, who was only 19 years old, did not show her innate aptitude. Just like when Yang Chen went to Taishanmen for the first time, he was directly driven back. The trouble was that Hua Sime did not get the permission of the master to go to the immortal sect. She went there secretly. She was gone for more than a month. When she came back resentfully, more than half of the rare flowers that she was responsible for looking after had died. As a result, poor Hua Sime was whipped hard, and she was beaten half to death. If it weren't for the fact that she was still alive so that she could grow a few more rare flowers, she might have been sentenced to death as a fugitive slave. Even so, he only ordered the servants to scatter some healing medicine on his body and threw it into the garden. No one asked him about it again. Hua Sime, who was covered with scars, curled up in the dilapidated shed in the garden. Many of the wounds on her body had festered and she was in great pain. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, but Hua Sime's heart was getting colder and colder. With her dignity, coupled with the scars and pus all over her body, even the servants did not think of approaching her to help her. In the past few days, Hua Sime had survived entirely by relying on some plants in the garden, and no one cared about her life or death. An ugly woman also wanted to cultivate immortality. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Hua Sime's heart seemed to have been desperate, and the physical pain was insignificant compared to the psychological pain caused by all the hopes being shattered. She couldn't accept it. She wanted to enter the celestial sect to change her fate, but even the few friends who still talked to her laughed at her for overestimating herself. She couldn't bear this kind of blow anymore. Her hope was shattered. Hua Sime felt that the wounds on her body were getting more and more painful, and her consciousness was getting more and more blurred. Just when she was about to faint in the haze, she suddenly saw a person suddenly appear in front of the dilapidated shed. It was a strange-looking man, very young, with an indescribable temperament, with a very warm smile on his face, like an immortal. "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" In a daze, Hua Sime heard the young man ask her such a question. While she was happy in her heart, she already had a kind of epiphany. Yes. She only said such a word, and Hua Sime lost consciousness neatly. The injuries on her body were too serious, and she had realized that she was on the verge of life and death. She could no longer hold on and fainted directly. The man who appeared was naturally Yang Chen. He remembered Hannah Mangyu's life experience. This kind of great person who was highly valued by the immortal world in the future, never hid her previous life, which also gave Yang Chen a chance. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't want to find Hannah Mengyu as soon as possible, it's really because even if he finds her in advance, it's useless. The innate spirit root has not been awakened, and if he finds her, she would be immortal, and it's impossible for her to cultivate. Yang Chen clearly remembered that it was after this time that Hannah Mengyu suffered such an ordeal. She was lucky to survive. Later, she cultivated a dream grass that even ordinary cultivators couldn't cultivate, So she was discovered by a passing female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island and introduced to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Only then was she able to enter the Green Jade Immortal Island. Of course, now with Yang Chen, the original disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, has also become a disciple that Yang Chen has long been interested in and taken into his pocket. When Hua Sime woke up, she suddenly found that there was no pain in her body at all, as if the injuries on her body had completely disappeared. She was shocked in her heart and sat up abruptly, and found that her clothes were intact, but she was no longer in the dilapidated shed, but on a ground with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. "Are you awake?" Before Hua Sime could figure out where she was, a gentle voice sounded in her ear, and then a figure appeared in front of her. Immortal? What Hua Sime saw in front of her was the young man before she fainted, and also the man who asked her if she wanted to cultivate, Yang Chen. "I'm not an immortal, I'm just a cultivator." Yang Chen smiled gently at Hua Sime, and then continued, "You were seriously injured before, so I helped you treat it. See if there's any discomfort now." Only now did Hua Sime discover that the scars on her body had disappeared without a trace. The skin on her body was still restored to its original appearance, and there was no trace left on her body. This magical change made Hua Sime unable to believe her eyes. And when she covered her face with her hands in tears of joy, she suddenly found that her face seemed to have changed. Chapter 953. Sime Hua's face was burned by a poisonous plant juice when she was a child. It was pitted and hideous, and many people didn't even dare to look at her face. But now when Sime Hua touched it, her tentacles were smooth, and there was no rough feeling like before. Sime Hua couldn't believe what she touched, but she couldn't see it herself. She could only keep touching her face with both hands, trying to confirm if her face had really changed. Yang Chen understood her current thoughts, and directly took out a mirror and handed it to Sime Hua. Sime Hua took the mirror and hurriedly looked at it, and suddenly saw her smooth skin and face without any scars. To be honest, Sime Hua was not a very beautiful woman. Not to mention the four women, Gaou, Gong Sunling, Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, even compared to ordinary female cultivators, she was only mediocre. But for Sime Hua herself, this was an earth-shaking change, so much so that she saw her true face for the first time. Gently stroking her face that was once full of scars, Sime Hua looked at the fingers of the person in the mirror also slowly wandering on the face in the mirror, and couldn't help but shed tears. How many times had she fantasized about such a scene, and now it has finally become a reality. Yang Chen did not interfere with Sime Hua's emotional outburst at the moment, but looked at her quietly. To be honest, Sime Hua still hasn't awakened her innate spirit root, but it's not far from that day. Sime Hua finally stopped crying and regained her calm. She carefully tidied up the clothes on her body that were not neat, and knelt down to Yang Chen. "Thank you, benefactor." Yang Chen did not avoid Sime Hua's kowtow. All the injuries were cured by Yang Chen, including the scars on her face. It was also Yang Chen's credit, and he deserved this gratitude. "Get up and talk." Yang Chen gently reached out his hand, and Sime Hua had already stood up involuntarily. This time, Sime Hua realized more and more that the young man in front of her must be one of those flying immortals in her mind. "Immortal, please take me in." Sime Hua was also an extremely smart woman, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to take care of the plants so well. She immediately took the opportunity to speak to Yang Chen, and bowed down again. "You want to cultivate immortality?" Yang Chen asked again. "Yes." Sime Hua would not change it again, and immediately replied. "In fact, your immortal cultivation spirit root has not yet awakened." Yang Chen sighed slightly and said, "It's still too early to cultivate now." Sime Hua did not hear a direct refusal from Yang Chen's mouth, but said that the time was not right. Intuitively, this was a great opportunity. Hua Sime immediately pleaded again and again, "Please take me in, please take me in. I don't know what great opportunity is." Sime Hua said. Sime Hua. Sime Hua a. I don't know what great opportunity it is. I only know that you saved me and cured my injury. Sime Hua said, "No matter what opportunity there is in the future, you are the opportunity in front of me." Perhaps because of the previous life and death experience, Sime Hua had lost her expectations for the future. For her, the most important thing was the present, not the great opportunity in the future. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Yang Chen stood still for a while and finally asked. "Master, please accept Sime Hua's bow." Sime Hua didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. She hurriedly bowed to Yang Chen again and kowtowed heavily. To be accepted by an immortal, Sime Hua couldn't believe what she saw. What she didn't know was that Yang Chen was happier than her. At the moment, Yang Chen told Sime Hua about himself and the name of Chunyang Palace. This simple ceremony could be regarded as Yang Chen's temporary promise to Sime Hua to accept her as a disciple. However, a more formal and solemn ceremony would be carried out after Sime Hua reached the foundation establishment stage in the future. This point was also explained to Sime Hua. Sime Hua naturally had no objection to Yang Chen's statement. It was the rule of all sect that one could only formally become a disciple after reaching the foundation establishment stage, and it was impossible to break it for Sime Hua alone. Of course, Yang Chen was also very relieved that Sime Hua would be able to successfully reach the foundation establishment stage. This medicinal pill, if you take it, it can help you awaken your spiritual root as soon as possible. Yang Chen handed a medicinal pill to Sime Hua and told her. Sime Hua naturally understood Yang Chen's kindness. She picked up the medicinal pill and swallowed it without hesitation, without the slightest precaution. If Yang Chen wanted to kill her or harm her, he didn't need to use such inferior means as medicinal pills. There was really no need to harm her. The medicinal pill that Yang Chen gave Sime Hua was the body refining pill that he had carefully refined on the road. The body refining pill could improve the physique of ordinary people, and it could also induce the awakening of the spiritual root in advance. It was of little use for cultivators, but it was of infinite use for mortals. Sime Hua's spiritual root had not yet awakened, so the body refining pill was just right. However, the body refining pill that Yang Chen gave was not an ordinary body refining pill, but a 5th-grade body refining pill that had been carefully refined by Yang Chen. After the 5th-grade refining, even the most ordinary medicinal pill could become a top spirit pill. Although the body refining pill was not even ranked in the minds of cultivators, the 5th-grade body refining pill was also a good thing that people could compete for. Without reaching the 7th grade, the body refining pill could not achieve the effect of rebirth, but it was enough to completely induce Sime Hua's spiritual root. It was even likely that because of the efficacy of the pill, it would have a good performance on the innate spiritual root and the acquired spiritual root. In the previous life, Hana Mengyo's innate spiritual root was similar to Yang Chen's, slightly lower than Yang Chen's, just reaching 70, so it also led to Hana Mengyo's cultivation realm only reaching the Golden Immortal, and failed to become the great principal Golden Immortal. With this 5th-grade body refining pill in this life, maybe it could slightly change some of the results of the previous life. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, after taking the body refining pill, Sime Hua immediately fell asleep. When she woke up after 10 days of sleep, when Yang Chen checked again, Sime Hua had awakened her innate spiritual root. According to Yang Chen's calculation, it was about 74, which was the same as Yang Chen's in the past, and about 4 points higher than in the previous life. Don't underestimate these 4 points. It was enough for Sime Hua to become a great principal Golden Immortal in the future. Of course, Sime Hua still didn't know that her fate had changed dramatically. Sime Hua, this name is not good, I will change it for you. Yang Chen smiled at the energetic Sime Hua and said, from now on, you will be called Hana Mengyu. Chapter 954. Hana Mengyu was born with a kind of tacit understanding with plants, so even if the plants were difficult to grow, they could be grown very well in her hands. When the spiritual root was not awakened, Hana Mengyu's ability was not very obvious. She could only grow plants in the mortal world. At best, she could grow plants that were rare in the eyes of mortals. But after the awakening of the spiritual root, it was completely different. Now Hana Mengyu was in the first layer of Yang Chen's pure bottle medicine garden, which was basically the place where some 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were planted. But Hana Mengyu seemed to be able to communicate with these plants, and she seemed very cheerful. For a long time, no one was willing to communicate with Hana Mengyu, So Hannah Mengyu was not good at talking and had a slightly depressed personality. But in the medicine garden, even if there was only Hannah Mengyu alone, with so many spiritual herbs accompanying her, she was very cheerful and did not feel lonely at all. Under the influence of Hannah Mengyu, even a Zhu and a Bai, who were fully integrating the wooden box medicine garden, found the abnormality. It seemed that the spirit medicines planted in the first layer did not need their attention to be diverted, and they were growing very well. This allowed them to divide more power to integrate the space of the medicine garden. The magic of Hannah Mengyu was that the spirit medicines in this medicine garden had begun to nourish Hannah Mengyu's body. Even if she had not cultivated any cultivation method, this pure wood attribute spirit power had spontaneously entered her body. Planting spirit medicines could automatically cultivate, just like how senior brother Shangguan could improve his realm by doing business. It was the most suitable path for her to cultivate. Hannah Mengyu has not yet cultivated any cultivation method, but she has already shown such power. It was conceivable that after she specialized in the wood attribute cultivation method, what kind of wonderful spirit medicine planting would she be? Unfortunately, Yang Chen could not teach her a suitable cultivation method now. She only spent her childhood in the garden. Hannah Mengyu had no chance to read and write. She had no foundation at all. She could only be sent to the Yi Xiu villa of Chunyang Palace to learn from scratch. However, Yang Chen had prepared everything she needed for her, including the qi-seeking pill needed for entry, the appropriate wood attribute cultivation method, and so on. Even the 3 Revolutions Foundation establishment pill had been prepared. When the time came, he would accept her into the sect. Naturally, those medicine gardens and secret planes were left to her, but this was not the time to hand them over to her. Yang Chen was looking forward to a female apprentice who could take care of plants. What kind of complementary process it would be when she cultivated with his first apprentice, Mu Bo. After placing Hannah Mengyu in the medicine garden, Yang Chen embarked on the road back to the sect. This time, when he went back to explore the secret plane, he naturally had to take Gaou and Gong Sunling with him. Of course, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were also indispensable. Now that everyone was a family, of course, the benefits should be taken into account. And there was one thing, the life source magic weapon of the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy. Yang Chen had not yet started to refine it. This had to wait until Xiao Tian woke up. Without Xiao Tian's help to eliminate the aura of the refiner, the effect was not as good as letting the 2 women refine it directly. In any case, there were still a lot of things to be busy. Moreover, Yang Chen knew very well that when the young sect master of Taishanmen took the spirit congealing pill to recover, he would never leave him this big trouble and would definitely make a move. Yang Chen was also ready, waiting for the day when he would fall out with the Taishanmen. Even if Yang Chen could still toss Li Liheng at that time, the Taishanmen would never tolerate him to blackmail the Taishanmen again and again. At that time, there would only be one result left. On the way back to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen did not rush too much. He was thinking about what kind of trap to set for the Taishanmen all the way. Suddenly, the shuttle suddenly stopped in the air, but the front end of the shuttle was divided into 4, and the 4 streams of light flew forward at the speed of the shuttle just now. The shuttle disappeared in an instant, and Yang Chen's person suddenly hovered in the air, and a blood-red flying sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Just in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen's figure followed the 4 streams of light in front of him and rushed forward. Boom, 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 the 4 streams of light in front, after flying to a certain point, suddenly exploded in an empty place. Following the violent explosion, the originally empty sky was suddenly filled with over a dozen wretched figures. The bursts of thunder and lightning caused by the explosion forced more than a dozen people to have to deal with the sudden thunder and lightning. Yang Chen's figure just arrived at this gap, and the flying sword in his hand had already flown out. With 2 sizzling sounds, the 2 guys closest to this side turned into dry corpses and fell from the air. Others were shocked, but they were not particularly flustered. The thunder and lightning attack came and went quickly. Although the power was not small, it was not enough to cause fatal damage to them. The real enemy was still Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen did not give them such an easy chance to fight back. After the successful blow, a golden dome hall suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone in the air. 49 high-grade flying swords, under the control of Yang Chen, revealed their ferocious faces. In this space shrouded by the main hall, they began to wreak havoc. Whoosh, 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 the high-speed flying sword brought the sound of the wind, carrying a ghost-like scream, wrapping more than a dozen figures in it. The dome hall would be given to Shishanshan as an auxiliary material to refine a natal magic weapon in the future. Even this sword formation was the same. The more it was used, the less it could be used. So, Yang Chen simply used it to its fullest. These guys who were hiding in the dark did not know the power of the 7-step soul-chasing absolute killing formation at all. They were still trying to rush to Yang Chen's side. As soon as they moved their feet, they immediately attracted the 49 flying swords to attack in turn. In terms of familiarity with this sword formation, there was no one in this mortal world who was more powerful than Yang Chen. While the group of people were attacked by the flying sword, Yang Chen was not idle. The Blood Phantom Vine flying sword was specifically looking for the gaps in the sword formation to attack. Under the pincer attack, the dozen or so fellows who had already fallen into the formation could only persevere for less than 10 minutes before all of them were killed by the grievance sword formation. This group of people appeared very abruptly, and Yang Chen found them within 100 feet. Fortunately, he had been maintaining a defensive circle of 100 feet, and his spiritual awareness threads found these people in time, so he could stop himself and throw 4 thunder pomegranates over first. More than a dozen masters, some in the Yuanying stage and some in the Jedan stage, added together, it was not a small force. But who were these people and why would they block himself on his own way? Yang Chen has not figured it out until now. Chapter 955. The only thing that was certain was that these guys all had killing intent on them, and they were deliberately hidden and harboring bad intentions. For this kind of person, Yang Chen would not be polite at all. It's not that Yang Chen has now become a cultivator who doesn't ask about black and white, and kills people as soon as he starts. In addition to this group of people, there was a more frightening group hidden not far away. Which expert is here? Please show up. Yang Chen bowed in the direction of a slight deviation and shouted loudly. Sure enough, I can't hide from you. A gentle voice suddenly drilled into Yang Chen's ears, and then 3 people appeared out of thin air in the void. The middle-aged man who spoke first was in the late Yuanying stage, with a long beard, a square face, and a jade-like appearance. At first glance, he was a big shot who had been in a high position for a long time. And the 2 beside him were even more amazing. They were clearly 2 masters of the Daching stage. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't release a trace of murderous intent, Yang Chen might have already made a move. At this moment, when the 3 people appeared, Yang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? It seemed that everyone could track his whereabouts. This old man Xiao Wenshuan greets Grandmaster Yang. The middle-aged man rushed to Yang Chen and said his identity first. This younger generation junior greets Sect Master Xiao. The other party called himself Xiao Wenshuan. Yang Chen was shocked. This was the name of the 5 Elements Sect Master. He also brought 2 masters of the Daching stage with him. It was estimated that except for this Sect Master Xiao, where would the other people dare to pretend to be him? Grandmaster Yang doesn't have to be so polite. Xiao Wenshuan waved his hand slightly and said first, I came rashly and hid rudely. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me. It must not be a small matter for the Sect Master of the 5 Elements Sect to personally come out and wait for him. This point could be concluded by Yang Chen. However, how could he be so close to those guys who were not on the stage? It made Yang Chen puzzled. Recently, this old man got a magic weapon that can detect the location of Grandmaster Yang. As if seeing through Yang Chen's doubts, Xiao Wenshuan explained with a smile. Following which, a compass appeared in his hand. As soon as he saw the compass, Yang Chen knew that it was the work of the Taishanmen. This was clearly the compass that the Taishanmen used to track the divine sense imprint that Li Liheng had left on his body. No wonder the divine sense imprint trembled a few times. Yang Chen thought that Li Liheng was trying to contact that non-existent senior. Unexpectedly, it was this compass that was playing tricks on him. This kind of compass had always been used by the Taishanmen internally. How did it fall into the hands of sect leader Xiao? Yang Chen was very puzzled, but now was not the time for him to solve his doubts. Sect Master Shao definitely did not come looking for him to explain. Senior, please instruct me. Since the other party had stopped him on the road, there were probably some things that he couldn't refuse easily. He might as well take the initiative. Yang Chen immediately said respectfully to Xiao Wenshuan. Grandmaster, this old man just wants to verify a rumor. Xiao Wenshuan saw that Yang Chen was so good, and he didn't talk much nonsense, and straightforwardly stated his purpose. This time, Yang Chen did not answer, but made a pleased gesture, motioning Xiao Wenshuan to continue directly. This old man also has a few friends in Taishanmen. Xiao Wenshuan smiled, and there was no emotion on his face. He asked in a slow tone according to them, Grandmaster Yang once sold a few pill recipes to Taishanmen? There is indeed such a thing. Yang Chen immediately understood when he heard that it was about this matter. The other party was definitely playing with the idea of the questioning inner heart pill. Without waiting for the other party to ask further, Yang Chen replied directly, the spirit congealing pill. This is what their young sect master Li Liheng wants to use to treat his spiritual awareness. The other is the questioning inner heart pill and the pill recipe to reconcile the toxicity of the Daching stage inner core. Such a straightforward admission that he had sold the questioning inner heart pill recipe made Xiao Wenshuan and the two Daching stage elders very surprised. So simple. The pill recipe to reconcile the toxicity of the inner core. A few people pondered it and immediately understood that it was the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill. They thought that Yang Chen would still deny it. Now that Yang Chen admitted it so readily, it made the three people somewhat puzzled. However, it was better that Yang Chen admitted it. Didn't they have this idea in the first place? The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. Grandmaster, are you willing to sell it? Xiao Wenshuan asked with some surprise on the spot. Not only sect master Xiao, but the two Daching stage masters around him also had the same surprised expression. As long as the price is right, there is absolutely no problem. Yang Chen smiled and explained to sect master Xiao and the two Daching stage elders. This younger generation junior said it from the beginning. The three people were stunned again. When did Yang Chen say this? Immediately, a Daching stage elder reacted quickly and immediately remembered from the incident of the heaven-seizing pill. At that time, Yang Chen took the pill recipe to reconcile the inner core and sold it at a price. Everyone just took it for granted that the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was precious and would not be sold. They didn't think about it at all. Soon the three people understood and looked at each other. When they were about to ask something, Yang Chen took the initiative to speak. If the senior wants to buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, this younger generation junior has something to say. Yang Chen said very seriously. I would like to hear the details. Sect Master Xiao immediately asked with his eyes wide open. Regarding the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, even if Yang Chen talked nonsense, he would listen attentively. In terms of cost effectiveness, buying the pill recipe is not worth the loss. With a sigh, Yang Chen said helplessly, it's better to buy the finished pill directly. Why is this? Sect Master Xiao was a little puzzled and asked very doubtfully. However, his attitude has always been good. Since Yang Chen did not say that he would not sell it, then everything was negotiable. He was also happy to know some of the reasons why Yang Chen said so. Without a 5th grade alchemist master, it's useless to hold the pill recipe. The other party was barely biased towards the Chunyang Palace side, and there was also a reason to oppose the Taishanmen. Yang Chen answered this question very happily. However, before Hall Master Maro bought the pill recipe, this younger generation junior did not say this to him. When Sect Master Xiao heard this, his face suddenly became a little unnatural. Yang Chen's words were equivalent to telling him that it was better not to buy it. As for the Taishanmen, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of money to buy the pill recipe but could not refine it. Of course, the Five Elements sect had some insiders among the Taishanmen, otherwise they would not know this news. Even they could vaguely find out what kind of price the Taishanmen probably paid. If it was really what Yang Chen said, then it was indeed better to buy the pill recipe than to buy the pill recipe. For a time, Sect Master Xiao also fell into contemplation. The meaning of Yang Chen's words was obviously to say the ugly words first. If there was any unpleasantness in the future, he couldn't look for this in the back. The question was, this pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, should the 5 Elements sect buy it or not? Chapter 956. Sect Master Shao didn't think about it for too long, and soon he made up his mind. Sect Master Shao believed in Yang Chen's words, and he also firmly believed that Yang Chen definitely did not say similar words before the Taishanman bought the pill recipe. This point could be concluded from the repeated actions of the Taishanman against Yang Chen. Unless Yang Chen was a fool, he would not let go of such an easy opportunity to trap the Taishanman. But when he said this to Sect Master Shao and the 2 Darching stage elders, he did not regard them as opponents like the Taishanman, but as his own people. From this perspective alone, Sect Master Shao mainly thanked Yang Chen. Even if the pill recipe was sold at a high price, they had to know the whole story before and after, so that they would not pay for nothing. Explaining it in advance and discovering it afterwards were 2 completely different feelings. One was to feel the other party's kindness, the other was to be cheated. How could it be the same? However, after weighing the pros and cons, Sect Master Shao still decided to buy it. After all, with the pill recipe in hand, it did not hinder him from continuing to buy medicinal pills from Yang Chen, but there was one more possibility. Even if there was no 5th-grade alchemist in the sect now, what if there was one in the future? What the big sect considered was more about the direction of future development. Although the immediate interests were also valued, it was not the focus of attention. Therefore, based on this reason, Sect Master Shao also decided to buy the pill recipe first. If I buy the pill recipe, can I still buy the medicinal pill? Although it was certain what kind of attitude Yang Chen had, Sect Master Shao still had to confirm it. Of course, Yang Chen replied with a smile, and this younger generation junior promises that I will never raise the price like some sect. The price of the medicinal pill before will also be the same. From these words, Sect Master Shao heard something else. It seemed that in the treatment of some sects, the strategy and attitude adopted by Yang Chen was completely different. He could conclude that if the Taishanman wanted the questioning inner heart pill, it would never be the normal price quoted by Yang Chen. There was a saying that Yang Chen had made very clear, raise the price while sitting on the ground. With the pill recipe, they would also ask for Yang Chen's head. If it was Sect Master Shao, he would also raise the price. If you have the ability, you don't have to take it. Since you took the pill formula and still want it, then the price will naturally be much higher. Sect Master Shao was very appreciative of Yang Chen's attitude. The 5 Elements sect and the Taishanman were not the kind of big sect that had a good relationship with each other. The incident at the Barren Sand Valley was equivalent to the Taishanman slapping the 5 Elements sect in the face. Although the Taishanman did not gain any benefits at that time, the 5 Elements sect had endured it until now. Even if they didn't manage to buy the recipe, they were happy to hear that the Taishanman had suffered a setback. Moreover, Yang Chen had given them so much face. As long as they were willing, they could even sell the pill formulas. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, what is the price tag? Sect Master Shao finally asked the price of the pill recipe. The 2 Darching stage elders also looked at Yang Chen expectantly, waiting for his answer. This younger generation junior's offer to the Taishanman is. Yang Chen extended 2 fingers in front of everyone 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds. Hiss. There was a sound of a cold breath. Hearing the price tag that Yang Chen said, even the sect master and elders of the 5 Elements sect couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds. Yang Chen really dared to open his mouth. What Sect Master Shao didn't expect was that the Taishanman actually agreed to this price. How was this possible? Sect Master Shao's heart was turning like a windmill. He kept thinking about it. He wanted to understand why the Taishanman would agree to such a price. Thinking about it, it seemed that the only possibility was that reason. When Yang Chen just spoke, he had been paying attention to whether Yang Chen was lying or not. It was easy to distinguish. Moreover, when trading in the future, he could also let Yang Chen swear by his heart demon. At this point, he was not afraid of Yang Chen's tricks. At the thought of that reason, Sect Master Shao couldn't help but feel tight. The Taishanmen were willing to spend such a big capital. It seemed that only that reason could make sense, otherwise it couldn't be explained. Thinking of this, Sect Master Shao no longer thought about it. After looking at each other with the two elders, they all saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Okay, according to this price, deal. After reaching an agreement, Sect Master Shao finally made a decision. Of course, Yang Chen was happy. He could use the same pill recipe to exchange for a variety of 7th grade fire seeds. Where could he find such a good thing? If it weren't for the fact that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud Sect were his wife's masters, and they had a good cooperation with Chunyang Palace before, Yang Chen wanted to cheat these two sects too. Of course, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to suffer. It couldn't be said who cheated who. In Yang Chen's view, there was no alchemist and there was only a pill recipe. This deal was not worth it. But in the eyes of the Five Elements sect, paying the price to get the precious pill recipe was also a way to strengthen the foundation of the sect. Everyone had their own place. There was no problem of cheating or not. The 7th grade fire seed, Sect Master Shao and the two elders naturally wouldn't carry it with them, so the two sides agreed to exchange the fire seeds and pill recipes in Chunyang Palace 3 months later. Everyone got what they needed and everyone was happy. Standing in the same place, Sect Master Shao and the two elders watched Yang Chen leave. After a long time, Sect Master Shao asked without looking back, "You say, these ambushers, Hu Qianni of the Taishanmen, what do they want from Yang Chen? According to reason, they have already bought the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, so what does Hu Qianni want?" This was a question worth pondering over. They couldn't think about it. As soon as they thought about it, they would think of some deeper things. Maybe the three of them couldn't help but catch up with Yang Chen. However, whether it was Sect Master Shao or the two Darching stage elders, they did not act rashly. Hu Qianni, a master of the Darching stage, did not get the slightest benefit. That was when Yang Chen was in the Jedan stage. Now Yang Chen was already in the Yuanying stage. Not to mention anything else, just the speed of the flying magic weapon was not something they could catch up with now. As long as they made a move, maybe they would be the next Hu Qianni. Not to mention losing their reputation, they were pushed out by the sect to be the scapegoat. The mystery in this, how could Sect Master Shao not see it clearly? And there was a very important point, since they could use some external things to exchange for what they wanted, why did everyone have to make their relationship so stiff? The Taishanmen had suffered a loss because they didn't see through this before. Thinking about it, when the Taishanmen wanted the questioning inner heart pill in the future, they would definitely pay a price that would make their sect feel pain. After staring at it for a long time, Sect Master Shao made up his mind and no longer considered so many minor details. He said to the two elders, let's go back to the sect. With that said, Sect Master Shao flew up first and the two elders followed closely behind. Soon, they disappeared from the spot. Chapter 957. Among the Taishanmen, Li Leheng was enjoying Yang Lan's service. During this period of time, young Sect Master Li could simply be described as being in a good mood, and there was no more refreshing moment than these days. Whether it was the Sect Master or the elders, whether it was the core high-level or ordinary elders, they were all respectful to him. The masters of the medicinal hall who dared to throw a face at him and take his things were like mice seeing a cat when they saw the young Sect Master. It was as if they were afraid that he would find trouble with them, which made young Sect Master Li feel good in his heart. Yang Lan's service was in place, so that young Sect Master Li fully enjoyed the taste of being high and mighty. Everything in the sect was going well, and the instructions of young Sect Master Li were almost regarded as golden rules by everyone. Drunk lying on the knees of beauties, awake holding the power of the world, it was simply a true portrayal of the current young Sect Master Li. The premise of enjoying all this was that young Sect Master Li only needed to take the spirit congealing pill on time, and then concentrate on cultivating his own unique cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method. Young Sect Master Li certainly knew the importance, and he did not slack off in his cultivation. Every day, in addition to rest and enjoyment, he practiced hard. The good days and the more he spoke, the more young Sect Master Li could not help but be inflated. Anyway, he didn't know anything else. He only knew one thing. As long as he concentrated on his cultivation and could often contact the predecessor, even if he poked a hole in the sky, the Taishanmen would help him fill it. In addition, young Sect Master Li now saw Yang Lan more pleasing to the eye. The brother of this beautiful woman seemed to be a very knowledgeable person. He would do whatever he was told to do, and it was not in vain for him to love young Lan. Recently, young Lan helped young sect master Li come up with an idea, which made him make a lot of money for the sect. For this reason, young sect master Li was very proud. Young Lan's idea was to let young sect master Li get a batch of compasses that could track the whereabouts of Yang Chen and auction them everywhere in private. In Yang Lan's words, since the spirit congealing pill had been obtained, then Yang Chen was useless. It was an absolutely good deal to exchange his whereabouts for a batch of spirit stones, and it would definitely make a lot of money for the sect. Young sect master Li certainly knows the importance of Yang Chen, but Young Lan's words are really reasonable. These pills were enough. Anyway, he also knew the sect's attitude towards Yang Chen. They would definitely kill him without mercy. If he didn't take this opportunity to make some money from Yang Chen, it would be unreasonable. As Young Lan said, these compasses were sold at an amazing price as soon as they arrived on the black market. Not only that, but the supply of the compass was also not enough to meet the demand. Young sect master Li almost immediately sold another batch of compasses to earn more. It was Young Lan who dissuaded him. He couldn't feed these guys all at once. If these guys were always hungry, he could make more money in the future. This was very reasonable. Although young sect master Li didn't know what hunger marketing was, he also knew that if too many goods were sold at once, the price would definitely be suppressed. Moreover, once there were too many people looking for Yang Chen, and they accidentally killed Yang Chen, wouldn't they not be able to earn money in the future? Yang Chen, this abominable guy, thought that he could use the spirit congealing pills to threaten Taishanmen for decades. He didn't know that he was just a tool for young sect master Li to earn spirit stones for decades. As for why so many people want to find the whereabouts of Yang Chen, it was too easy to guess. The only 5th grade alchemist master in the world must have many secrets. Even Elder Hu Qianyi wanted to take a bite of the delicious food. How could other people be immune? However, young sect master Li was not interested in the secrets of Yang Chen at all. As long as he could contact the predecessor, the 5th grade alchemist master was a fart. No matter how big the secret was, could it be more than the secret of the spiritual world? Young Lan's heart was even more proud. Young sect master Li was so easily manipulated by him, which made him so happy that he didn't know how to describe it. When he thought of those compasses, Yang Chen would face endless troubles. The pride in Young Lan's heart became more and more intense. Those hardships that he had suffered before, those days of fear, Yang Chen had to bear it in order to eliminate the hatred in Young Lan's heart. So what if he was a 5th grade alchemist master? Didn't he have to face the days of being chased every day? In the corner that young sect master Li couldn't see, Young Lan's eyes didn't know how many times they flashed. After leaving the territory of the monster race and entering the territory of the Dao sects, Yang Chen was attacked 3 times. Every time, the other party seemed to have calculated the direction he was going to pass and waited for him on the road. Yang Chen's current whereabouts were easy to grasp. Just draw a straight line between the current position and Chunyang Palace. As long as he was on this line, he could basically be blocked. The main ones were Yuanying stage masters, and he had not met a Daching stage master yet. On the contrary, there were many Jedan stage masters who always joined in the fun. For these guys, Yang Chen was not too polite. No matter where they came from, as long as they had killing intent, he would kill them all. Under Yang Chen's sharp magic weapon and super fast speed, the guys who ambushed him didn't even have the chance to escape. After killing a few groups of people, Yang Chen also realized that this was not the way to go. More and more people wanted to attack him. Obviously they were all aiming at his own pill recipe. Although Hu Qianyi himself has been solved, it has also left a huge problem. It was estimated that all the cultivators were thinking about what Hu Qianyi wanted from Yang Chen. What could make the Daching stage masters of the greatest heaven sect take the risk of being ungrateful and disgraced? In the past, except for a few people in Taishanmen and Chunyang Palace, few people knew that Taishanmen had bought the pill recipe. But now, it was different. Even sect leader Shao of the 5 Elements sect knew about this. Then, the other major sects must have also received the news. Or, it was time to spread the news. If anyone was willing, they could come and buy it. At this time, there was another consideration to spread the news. Looking at the posture of the Five Elements sect, it seemed that they already knew about the drastic changes in the heavenly court. The Taishanmen's consciousness clone was in the lower realm, and the Five Elements sect also had it. In this way, several other sects also had news. The Profound Heaven sect was the dominant sect in the immortal world, which gave several major sects a reason to unite against the Taishanmen. At this time, if Yang Chen didn't know how to seize the opportunity, then he wouldn't be Yang Chen. Soon, the young sect master of Taishanmen met the predecessor of the spiritual world again during a cultivation session. The first thing that the predecessor told young sect master Li was that the heavenly court had changed owners, and the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect had become the new Jade Emperor. Upon receiving this news, sect master Li and several core elders almost jumped up in surprise. The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect had become the new Jade Emperor. What did this mean? It was simply a naked statement that in this world, whether it was the immortal world, the spiritual world, or the mortal world, it was all the world of the Profound Heaven sect, and also the world of Taishanmen. Chapter 958. The last time the consciousness clone from the upper realm failed to descend, the Taishanmen suffered heavy losses, and a lot of important news was not passed down. Now, the Taishanmen could finally receive the news from the spiritual world directly through Li Liheng without the need to arrange a welcoming array. Although it was a transit point in the spiritual world, the difficulty of the consciousness clone from the immortal world descending to the mortal world was no less than 10 times higher than the difficulty of descending to the spiritual world. After all, it was really difficult to cross the two realms and descend to a higher position. However, with such a transit point, the communication channel from the immortal world to the mortal world was much smoother. Not to mention that it did not need to consume a Da Luo Golden Immortal's thousands of years of cultivation base each time. The scope of the message was countless times larger. In the past, when the immortal world messengers descended, 99% of their memories had been lost, leaving only a little bit of the most important information, which made people feel a kind of regret of looking at a treasure mountain but getting nothing. Now there was no need to think about this at all. The news from the immortal world to the spiritual world was 100 times more than to the mortal world. As long as Li Liheng could maintain this state, why worry about the Taishanmen not thriving? The immortal world had changed dynasties, and even the Jade Emperor was the master of the Shentian sect. How could the Taishanmen in the mortal world, who were the foundation of the Shentian sect, stay where they were? While the Taishanmen were busy celebrating and preparing for expansion, Yang Chen had returned to the Chunyang Palace. From the time he left to the time he returned to the Chunyang Palace, it was basically more than a year. After Yang Chen went out, he brought back a female disciple who was not particularly outstanding. Many people, including Gaou and Gong Sunling, were very surprised. Now, because of the huge network in the mortal world, Chunyang Palace was constantly looking for disciples with good qualifications in the mortal world. Generally, people with innate spiritual roots below 80 were not considered. If they wanted a good disciple, they could casually grab a few from the Yeshio Villa and they would have excellent qualifications. Now that Yang Chen actually brought back a woman who was only 74 years old, and she was designated to be his personal disciple in the future, everyone could not help but be curious. Yang Chen didn't hide anything from the people around him. He directly told them the reason why he accepted Hannah Mengyu. Of course, he didn't know about it from his previous life's memories. He just happened to meet a woman who was very good at growing spiritual herbs, so he took her as his disciple. After witnessing Hannah Mengyu's supernatural abilities even before she started cultivating, everyone gasped in admiration. Of course, there were only a handful of people who knew about Hannah Mengyu's abilities. The head of the palace and the elders, plus Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling, plus Yang Chen's first apprentice Mu Bo, others simply did not know. Yang Chen was an alchemist and needed a lot of elixirs, but this female disciple could provide Yang Chen with an endless supply of elixirs in the future. From this point of view, it was not surprising that Yang Chen accepted Hannah Mengyu as an apprentice. What everyone marveled at was Yang Chen's vision and luck. He casually encountered a woman who was bullied, but he could also pick up such an enviable apprentice. Even Mu Bo, the eldest apprentice brother, after listening to Yang Chen, went to the Yesho villa to stay with his junior sister. Of course, he did not alarm anyone, but in the small courtyard of Hana Mengyu, he took the medicine garden that Yang Chen had already prepared for Hana Mengyu, turned into a towering cypress, and quietly cultivated. As Yang Chen said, Hana Mengyu was really suitable to cultivate with the wood attribute monster race. In her own medicine garden, Hana Mengyu planted many elixir seeds that Yang Chen gave her. While taking care of these elixirs, it also seemed to have a great role in promoting the growth of Mu Bo's body. Mu Bo originally accumulated some internal injuries in the bitter cold land for tens of thousands of years, but also slowly healed with the ability of Hana Mengyu. As for Hana Mengyu, under the medicine chi of various elixirs and the reverse nourishment of Mu Bo, her cultivation was increasing day by day. The speed of cultivation was even comparable to that of Yang Chen in the past. Now Mu Bo's cultivation base has also reached the middle and late Jedan stage. He cultivated to the Jedan stage according to his own instinct at the beginning, and then under the guidance of Yang Chen, he started to cultivate systematically from the beginning to the present stage. The monster race of the first wood attribute were all long-lived, and each of them could be said to be well prepared. The old tree demon Gui Shanyu was so, and so was Mu Bo. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the early stage, when it broke out in the later stage, the speed of cultivation, even Yang Chen would be left in the dust. Mu Bo's grandfather, the patriarch of their cypress monster branch, worshipped the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, and has now been promoted to the Yuanying stage, earlier than the time when Yang Chen crossed his tribulation. As for Mu Bo himself, under the guidance of Yang Chen, he would closely revolve around refining his own life source magic weapon with his own tree heart for a long time. In this case, being nourished by Hana Mengyu every day was also an alternative way of cultivation. This trip, if you don't count the few small troubles on the way back, could be said to be very smooth. Smoothly obtained the fourth fire true essence, smoothly found Hana Mengyu, there were no major mistakes along the way, it was barely a perfect journey. After settling Hana Mengyu, Yang Chen and the head of the palace told about the attacks encountered on the road. Of course, the most important thing was the appearance of Xiao Wenshuan of the Five Elements sect, including the agreement reached with the Five Elements sect. For the Five Elements sect also wanted the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. This was not surprising at all. What everyone was more angry about was that the Taishanman actually sold a compass that could track the whereabouts of Yang Chen. This was simply a naked provocation. Although Li Liheng turned a few corners when selling, Yang Chen knew clearly that there was no one else except the Taishanman. Now everyone was a little worried about the safety of Yang Chen. So many people could track the whereabouts of Yang Chen, unless Yang Chen had been staying in the sect, otherwise, as long as he went out, it would definitely attract a large number of greedy guys. Since the Taishanman and the Five Elements sect want to buy the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, it is better to sell it openly. Yang Chen didn't mind much, and directly proposed a solution, which could temporarily turn everyone's attention to other directions. 1 sheep is also driving, 2 sheep are also released, if you want to sell it for a good price. For this point, there was no objection in the sect. The pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was dispersed, which meant that the pressure on Yang Chen was also dispersed. Those people paid attention to Yang Chen. Wasn't it because of the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill? This could be considered a temporary solution to the current problem. Chapter 959. Chunyang Palace attached great importance to Yang Chen, so the news was spread in the fastest way. Among them, the Wine Immortal House played a role that could not be ignored. Not only that, but the Wine Immortal House also made a small profit with this news. The news that Yang Chen wanted to sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill directly overshadowed all the news in the market and was placed in the first place by all the organizations that analyzed intelligence. Of course, the price could not be released at will. Those who were interested could go to Chunyang Palace to contact them. Suddenly, all the sect that received the news began to be tempted, and countless people rushed to Chunyang Palace madly. The effect of the questioning inner heart pill had been spread among the cultivators. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that several major sects had been producing Darching stage masters for decades was enough to make people crazy. It had always been a secret of Yang Chen, and everyone couldn't get it even if they wanted it. Now Yang Chen actually wanted to sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Although they didn't need to ask to know that the pill recipe must be at a sky-high price, you get what you pay for. Even if they spent a lot of money, it was worth it. So many people bought the compass that could locate Yang Chen's whereabouts. What was it for? Wasn't it for the questioning inner heart pill? Now they didn't have to risk being killed by Yang Chen after discovering it. As long as they could exchange it with some things, why not? Not to mention anything else, at least the people of Chenkuan's sect had given up the idea of temporarily dealing with Yang Chen outside. Yang Chen's limelight was too strong. Even the Five Elements sect and Chenkuan's sect, who came to him, seemed to have different thoughts, not to mention other masters. The reason why they didn't make a move before was that the timing was not right. If they encountered the right opportunity, they would definitely not hesitate to start with Yang Chen. Among the major sect, the Taishanmen had already gotten the pill recipe, and their performance was calm. Their attention was still focused on the change of dynasty in the heavenly court, and they basically didn't care much about this kind of trivial matter. However, the other sect members were different. After receiving the news, they all rushed to Chunyang Palace as fast as possible. However, when he arrived at Chunyang Palace in advance, he could not see Yang Chen, because the time for Yang Chen to sell the prescription had not arrived yet. Thus, everyone could only wait. However, there were two sects that directly sent representatives to directly contact Yang Chen. The two major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, directly sent Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue as representatives and sat opposite Yang Chen. In this regard, others could only be envious. After all, there was no female cultivator in their sect who was Yang Chen's wife. Husband, do you really want to sell the questioning inner heart pill? Sun Qingxue was more impatient than Shishanshan. They came together, but it was Sun Qingxue who spoke first. Of course, Yang Chen didn't hide anything from his wife and directly told her what had happened recently, including the contact with Xiao Wenshuan of the Five Elements sect and the sale of the compass by the Taishanmen. After listening to Yang Chen, Shishanshan didn't say a word, but Yang Chen had already seen a trace of anger from her eyes. The Taishanmen were simply too much, targeting Yang Chen and his wife again and again. This account, sooner or later, would be settled. It's too much. Sun Qingxue jumped up directly. The Taishanmen were so despicable. Sun Qingxue couldn't wait to rush to the Taishanmen and kill those who started it. Selling the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill is also to relieve the pressure. Yang Chen said his purpose. Do you really want to sell it? Shishanshan rarely interjected. Is the Green Jade Immortal Island interested? Yang Chen nodded and asked a question. Without waiting for Shishanshan to answer, he smiled and said directly, if the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect are interested, I will give it at half price. The Taishanmen and the Five Elements sect both have the price of 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. You only need one. However, the price is the same for the outside world. We have to say this. This was already Yang Chen looking at his wife's face and giving the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect a lot of face. The two women also knew that with Yang Chen's words, they were already enough to report to the sect. You must know that the discount that Yang Chen gave their sect was a kind of 7th grade fire seed. Even if it was not a fire attribute cultivator, they also knew the preciousness of the 7th grade fire seed in detail. As for the things that Yang Chen asked them to keep secret, the two women naturally agreed. For this kind of thing, who would take advantage of it and still be obedient? However, even if there is a pill recipe, it doesn't necessarily mean that the medicinal pill can be refined. After Yang Chen gave the two women a reassuring pill, he immediately said the strict conditions without reaching the level of the 5th grade alchemist master. This pill recipe can only be placed in the sect's warehouse as a collection of the sect. This point has already been thought of by the island master. After all, this is also an opportunity for the sect. Shishanshan said, directly giving Yang Chen peace of mind. Since the Green Jade Immortal Island had such an attitude, Yang Chen was also slightly relieved. At least this was not his sincerity. To be able to add several kinds of 7th grade fire seeds was a great thing for Yang Chen. The Blue Cloud sect basically had the same attitude. For Yang Chen's kindness, both sides expressed their sincere gratitude. After settling the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, the other sect Yang Chen didn't need to consider too much, and he could sell them at a high price with a clear conscience. Anyway, for these sect, except for the Taishanmen, other sects' requests for pills were the same as before. As for the Taishanmen, it was still unknown whether they would come to him. For the next period of time, Yang Chen spent his time receiving representatives of the sect. Hearing the price of Yang Chen's 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, many people were directly dumbfounded. But there were also some sect-rich people who didn't mind agreeing directly. Qiankuan sect, as one of the great sect, as expected by Yang Chen, readily agreed to this price. Once the fire seeds were obtained, they would trade with Yang Chen. But there was a sect that was beyond the expectations of Yang Chen, and it was very generous to agree to this price. This sect that surprised Yang Chen was the Danding sect that has always been famous for refining medicinal pills. It was not surprising for Yang Chen to say that the Danding sect was interested in this kind of pill recipe, but the fact that the Danding sect could also come up with 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds was really unexpected to Yang Chen. Yang Chen had already expected that the alchemists would be sought after, but the wealth of the Danding sect still made Yang Chen feel that he had underestimated the importance of the alchemists. The price was clearly marked, and the price of the pill recipe caused an uproar among countless people, but it also made several major sects feel very at ease. At least Yang Chen did not charge them individually in the price and treated them equally. At this time, even if Yang Chen treated the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect differently, others would not care. After all, in addition to the 2 ladies, Chunyang Palace and the 2 major sect had cooperation. After a short period of 6 months, Yang Chen has received 8 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds and also traded out 5 pill recipes of the questioning inner heart pills. Chapter 960. 8 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, respectively. The 5 Elements sect, Qiankuan sect, Pill Cauldron sect each have 2 kinds, plus the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect each have 1 kind. If you add the 3 kinds of Taishanmen sent before, the ancestral pure Yang True Fire of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen now has 12 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds in his hands. In his previous life, Yang Chen had only obtained a kind of 5th-grade Sun True Fire, and he had already become a great principal Golden Immortal. In this life, he had so many high-level fire seeds. If the legendary flame of the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire was really successful, Yang Chen could not imagine what kind of power his Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire would have in the future. Perhaps the 3 flavors of true fire in the pill furnace of the Grand Supreme Lord could not compete with his own flame, right? The 12 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds in his hands also meant that the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire had taken another solid step forward in the small accomplishment of the mortal world. In the same way, this was also the biggest deal that Yang Chen had made in recent years. It was not that no one had asked about the pill recipe of the heaven-seizing pill, but compared to the questioning inner heart pill, it was not worth it to buy more than 1,000 small pill recipes at such a high price. Not every sect was Taishanmen, and not every master of the Daching stage could afford this price. Compared to buying pill recipes, it was much cheaper to ask for pills from Yang Chen. Whether it was the questioning inner heart pill or the medicinal pill that harmonized the heaven-seizing pill spirit, Yang Chen would not have such a terrible price tag as a 7th-grade fire seed. And what most people asked for was just a medicinal pill. It was not worth having a pill recipe. After the pill recipe was sold, for the time being, many people also gave up tracking Yang Chen. What was the reason for chasing Yang Chen? Wasn't it just for these pill recipes? Now so many sect had pill recipes that could be obtained in various ways, there was no need to use the most extreme one. Maybe they would have to ask for Yang Chen's head after getting the pill recipe. Now they would have a good relationship with him so that they could meet in the future. Judging from the sect's attitude, Yang Chen guessed that the 4 great sects should have already known about the changes in the immortal world. In this way, the Taishanmen sect would be the strongest, and the other sect would have the possibility of joining forces to deal with the enemy. No matter what, this was good news for Yang Chen. Yang Chen finally found a time to secretly talk to the head of the palace and several core elders of the Chunyang Palace about the changes in the heavenly court. No one doubted where he got the information from. After all, everyone knew that the Taishanmen's welcoming array had caused them great losses. The source of the information did not seem to need to be explained at all. The news was mixed for Chunyang Palace. On the bad side, since the Taishanmen wanted to achieve hegemony like the Shentian sect in the mortal world, they naturally had to crazily suppress the Chunyang Palace and other sects. The good side was that, because of this, the Taishanmen would face the pressure of everyone's united resistance. Based on the current cooperative relationship between Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island Blue Cloud sect, Chunyang Palace would not be the first wave of Taishanmen's attack target for the time being. For the Taishanmen, the other four great sect were their real competitors. The specific matters would be dealt with by the head of the palace and the elders. In any case, enhancing the strength of their own side was the only way. No matter what the situation was, there was no harm. While Yang Chen was selling the pill recipe happily, the Taishanmen began to investigate why Yang Chen wanted to sell the pill recipe. Only in their own hands and all the sect's control, that was a different concept. In any case, the Taishanmen had to figure it out. Soon, the senior executives of the Taishanmen received the news that someone was selling a compass that could locate Yang Chen on the black market outside, and they got a sample of the compass. As soon as they saw this compass, the sect master and several high-level executives immediately saw that this was the work of an elder. After discovering this, the core senior executives of the Taishanmen were furious. How could there be someone who couldn't wait to hit Yang Chen except for Hu Qianyi? Yang Chen's idea was not that they couldn't hit him, but they couldn't hit him now. At least until Li Liheng was completely healed, they must not act rashly. If Yang Chen said that he could recover in 50 years, would he be able to recover? What if he lied? After the incident with Hu Qianyi, did they still expect Yang Chen to swear on his heart demon when he helped them treat their illness? The elder who made the compass was immediately summoned to the front of a group of high-level executives and was questioned severely. The refining elder himself was also very wronged. This was the request of the young sect master, Li Liheng, and after the refining, it was handed over to the young sect master. He just followed the instructions. As soon as he heard that it was Li Liheng's request, Sect Master Li suddenly had a feeling of anger. In other words, the sect targeted Yang Chen because the existence of Yang Chen threatened the dominance of the sect in some advantages, and his existence would affect other competitors and cause inconvenience to the Taishanmen. It was purely out of consideration for the sect. In addition to Li Qingchen's means at the beginning, which was due to personal grievances, other actions were not because of any personal grievances with Yang Chen. Even the Taishanmen, known as the largest sect of the Dao sects, was also very strict with the conduct of their disciples. Hu Qianyi did not do things properly, one of the reasons why everyone thought that he repaid kindness with enmity. Now what was the difference between Li Liheng's behavior and Hu Qianyi's? Could it be that the young sect master of the Taishanmen was actually a villain who did not know what was good for him and repaid kindness with enmity? Then according to this trend, Li Liheng could deal with Yang Chen who treated him today, and tomorrow he might turn his hand to deal with the Taishanmen. When Sect Master Li appeared in front of Li Liheng was enjoying Yanglan's service. With good wine in his hand and a beautiful woman by his side, he was living like an immortal. Suddenly seeing Sect Master Li Liheng was so scared that he directly knocked over the table in front of him, and then hurriedly got up from the couch to greet the sect master. Sect Master Li just glanced around, snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, "All of you get out of here." The servants around didn't even make a sound, and quickly retreated with their heads down. Yang Lan, who was half untied, also hurriedly got up, bowed and moved behind the sect master, and then quickly fled the room. Bang! A compass was thrown directly in front of Li Liheng, and after rolling on the ground twice, it fell right next to Li Liheng's hand. "Say, what's going on?" Sect Master Li suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Li Liheng. If Li Liheng was not now responsible for the rise and fall of the sect, Sect Master Li wanted to kill him with a palm. This was done by this disciple. Li Liheng just took a look and immediately replied, without denying it at all. "At least you have some responsibility." Sect Master Li snorted coldly, and then asked, "Why did you do this?" Chapter 961. Yang Chen, relying on his status as a 5th-grade alchemist master, extorted the sect many times, and this disciple couldn't stand it. Li Liheng replied while carefully looking up at the angry sect master Li. Li Liheng's small movements were clearly felt by sect master Li. However, Li Liheng's words also somewhat touched sect master Li's heart, so his attitude was slightly softened and he was no longer so angry. This is the reason why you are ungrateful and bite the hand that feeds you. Although sect master Li's semantics were still very harsh, his tone had eased down. This disciple just wanted to teach him a lesson. Although Li Liheng was not very smart, he still had a unique talent in catering to the sect master. He didn't distinguish it, but said it truthfully. Stupid. When he thought that the questioning inner heart pill was no longer owned by his own family and Yang Chen, sect master Li's heart suddenly became angry and he couldn't help but scold. Do you know that the trouble of your spiritual awareness still needs Yang Chen to help you with alchemy? Now that you have offended him, will he still help you in the future? Didn't he already give me enough spirit congealing pills, and I will definitely recover after eating it? Li Liheng was shocked. If his own spiritual awareness trouble couldn't be solved, wouldn't everything he had now be completely destroyed and he would be completely beaten back to his original form? After enjoying so many days, Li Liheng wouldn't want to go back to the life he used to live in fear even if he was beaten to death. Sect Master Li's reminder made him suddenly aware of the important problem. What if Yang Chen lied? What if he didn't recover when the time came? At the thought of this, Li Liheng's cold sweat gurgled down, and his mind was filled with the situation where he took the spirit congealing pills but was taken away by several elders of the medicinal hall. What followed was the scene where Yang Lan tried to induce him to find trouble with Yang Chen. It's Yang Lan, he persuaded me to do this, saying that he wanted to find some trouble for Yang Chen and teach him a lesson. At this time, Li Liheng's anger was also provoked and he immediately found the initiator. Yang Lan. The impression of this person flashed in sect master Li's mind. It seemed that Yang Lan just went to Chunyang Palace and reported that Yang Chen refused to join the Taishanmen, and then the sect began to target Yang Chen. Could it be that the root cause was this guy? It's him. Sect master Li glanced at Li Liheng. From the beginning of his contact with Li Liheng, he was not a very assertive person. It was normal to be bewitched by people's words. He could only deal with this Yang Lan. Yang Lan violated the rules of the sect and bewitched the young sect master. He will be sent to the law enforcement hall and sentenced to capital punishment as a warning to others. To deal with a small disciple, sect master Li didn't even have to consider any gains and losses, and directly gave the order. Of course, among the people who were waiting outside, the sect master just let them get out of the house, but did not let them leave. Hearing the anger of the sect master in the house, Yang Shi's time was like 5 thunders, and the whole person was soft. Not far away, Yang Lan's face was ashen. The sect master's words were the golden rule in Taishanmen. No one could defy it. Wait. At the critical moment, Li Liheng suddenly opened his mouth. It seemed that he was a little timid, but he still said his own words. Sect master, Yang Lan is wrong, but this disciple is also wrong. You might as well keep him alive. This disciple is willing to be punished. After being in contact with Yang Lan for a long time, Li Liheng also had some enlightenment. If Yang Lan's life was not saved at this time, who would follow him in the future? Who would dare to follow him? The moment Li Liheng spoke, sect master Li also understood Li Liheng's meaning. This was Li Liheng's deliberate establishment of his prestige. As the future sect master, this was also a huge improvement, at least much better than the previous yes-man. Compared with Li Liheng's future, Yang Lan's life and death were simply a trivial matter. However, the sect master's words could not be taken back. Sect master Li just stared at Li Liheng with a cold face. After a while, he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes, sect master." The pressure that sect master Li brought to Li Liheng was not small, but Li Liheng obviously intended to gamble here. He gritted his teeth and replied with certainty. In this case, Yang Lan's death sentence can be avoided, but the punishment is hard to forgive. Go to the cold deep pool for 2 years to make an example. Sect master Li decided to give Li Liheng this opportunity. At least, he was very satisfied with the performance just now. As for you, since you have done something wrong, you must be punished. Looking at Li Liheng, sect master Li announced his punishment. Go to the azure cold pool and cultivate in seclusion for half a year. During this half a year, think about what you did wrong. Yes, sect master. Li Liheng hurriedly agreed. Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who were outside, seemed to have been pulled, and their bodies were completely soft. But this time, they were not scared, but the kind of joy and fear of escaping from death. The retreat of the cold deep pool was a very severe punishment among Taishanmen. The azure cold pool was cold all year round, and it was even colder than the extreme northern icefield, but this was not the most powerful thing. In the cold pool, every night, a cold wave would be emitted, and it would last for 6 hours. Even a Yuanying stage master could not resist this cold wave. Li Liheng was a Jedan stage cultivator, and Yang Lan had only just condensed his Dan with the help of Yang Lan. It was almost impossible for the two to resist this cold tide. At least during this punishment period, they didn't have to think about having a good day. Yang Lan was very grateful for the young sect master's life-saving grace, but in the same way, he was even more furious about Yang Chen, who had always been running through the whole incident. He didn't expect that he had just found some trouble for Yang Chen, and his own sect actually began to punish him. How could he be convinced by this unfair treatment? After this incident, Taishanmen did not pursue Yang Chen's sale of the pill recipe. Of course, there was no reason to pursue it. However, every time Li Liheng cultivated, there must be a core elder or sect master by his side, waiting for him to contact the predecessor. When Yang Chen had dealt with the pill recipe and received the fire seed he deserved, Li Liheng finally left the severe punishment of the cold deep pool, and the first time he left, he contacted the predecessor of the spiritual world. Li Liheng immediately followed the instructions of the sect master and crushed a small jade card that had been held in his hand. Your cultivation is unstable, your spiritual awareness is too poor, you can only communicate once a year, you are not making progress. The predecessor seemed to be very dissatisfied with Li Liheng, especially with the fact that he could only communicate once a year. Li Liheng didn't know what to do, but suddenly a voice came from the side asked the predecessor if there is a way to completely solve your spiritual awareness. The voice was very familiar, it was Sect Master Li who had been paying attention to Li Liheng. Chapter 962. When he heard the reminder of the Sect Master, Li Liheng was delighted for a while and asked himself how could he forget such a key issue. As long as his own troubles can be solved, the Taishanmen can no longer have any scruples and go all out. Therefore, Li Liheng immediately communicated with the senior in the spiritual world about this issue. Is your spiritual awareness in trouble? The senior in the spiritual world didn't seem to notice Li Liheng's problem at all. After listening to Li Liheng, he seemed to react, what kind of problem, tell me. Li Liheng immediately described his frequent fainting to the other party. Then, he waited for the senior's answer with hope. The trouble with the spiritual awareness is not so troublesome. The words of the senior in the spiritual world made Li Liheng overjoyed immediately. He didn't dare to interrupt and waited for the guidance of the senior. As long as there is a spirit refining pill, you will be able to get rid of it. If there was any sentence that made Li Liheng most happy, it was undoubtedly this sentence: don't be distracted, kid, remember this pill recipe and let the master of the medicinal hall refine it. Next, there was a series of medicinal materials and techniques. It was about Li Liheng himself. How could Li Liheng not pay attention? He didn't dare to miss a word and he remembered it clearly. Yang Chen's example was in front of him. After Li Liheng remembered it, he couldn't help but ask senior, can this spirit refining pill be refined by ordinary alchemists? Of course. The senior in the spiritual world said without thinking, just find a 6th grade alchemist and you can refine it in less than half a year. When these words came out, Li Liheng's body almost fell to the ground. 6th grade alchemist. Still looking for one at random? A 5th grade alchemist has made them blackmailed countless times, not to mention whether they could find a 6th grade alchemist. Even if they found one, wouldn't they be blackmailed into bankruptcy? Oh, I forgot that there is no 6th grade alchemist in the mortal world. After Li Liheng carefully reminded him, the senior in the spiritual world finally remembered this. In the spiritual awareness communication, Li Liheng seemed to see the senior patting his forehead with his hand. Then let's change it to spirit congealing pill, but it will take a longer time, it will take decades. Immediately, the senior gave him another solution, and it was verified. If you have this problem of fainting, your current situation is somewhat similar to eating the spirit congealing pill. Up until now, the communication between the two of them had already shown signs of breaking off, and the information that was transmitted over was also somewhat vague. Li Liheng could already feel his head spinning, and his mind was in a mess. If there is a spirit congealing pill, eat 3 immediately. The senior from the spirit world also sensed that something was wrong. It was not easy for them to communicate with each other, yet they only spoke a bunch of nonsense. It was truly a waste. Of course, Li Liheng didn't worry about it. He hurriedly took out the spirit congealing pill from the Qiankuan bag. After taking 3 in a row, his sea of consciousness suddenly felt relaxed, and the connection with his predecessor seemed to be clearer. Since you can refine the spirit congealing pill, then use the spirit congealing pill and eat it for a few more years. The senior in the spirit world pointed out, this spirit congealing pill is much simpler than the spirit refining pill. There should be someone who can refine it. With the words of the senior, Li Liheng could only smile bitterly. He couldn't possibly complain to the senior that the people in his medicinal hall had gotten the pill recipe for decades and couldn't even refine half a medicinal pill, right? However, Li Liheng's emotional changes were immediately noticed by the senior in the spirit world, and he immediately asked the reason. Li Liheng couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the reason. It shouldn't be. The senior in the spirit world was very puzzled and said, "Is there a mistake in the pill recipe?" Li Liheng didn't know what the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill was, but this did not prevent the senior in the spirit world from telling him the pill recipe, so that he could verify it with the sect master later. Spirit congealing pill, as long as you find 1 or 2 alchemist masters with strong spiritual awareness and can multitask, you don't need to be in the 5th grade, as long as the 4th grade alchemist master can refine it. The senior said very firmly, "Let's look for it again." "Senior, this junior has been in a hurry and has never asked for the senior's name, please enlighten me." After Li Liheng remembered the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill, he remembered that he had always called the senior and didn't know the other party's name, so he hurriedly asked. "This old man is Liu Fengzi." Yang Chen remembered very clearly that this Liu Fengzi was a special guy in the Profound Heaven sect. As the elder of the Profound Heaven sect in the spirit world, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, and ordinary people couldn't see him. With this guy's identity, even if there was any reaction in the spiritual world, it wouldn't be found for a while. Moreover, this news, apart from the ascension of the Taishanmen, how could it be spread to the spiritual world? Even if they reached the spiritual world and knew about it, so what? Could they go to the lower realm? After a few more times, the Taishanmen in the mortal world would no longer activate the welcoming array. Go to the lower realm? Where would they go? This was Yang Chen's series of plans. He really didn't know what the old guys in the Profound Heaven sect in the spiritual world would feel if they knew that the Taishanmen in the mortal world were being played to death by him little by little. The current sect master is Li Tiancheng, right? Liu Fengzi directly sent a question. Li Liheng knew the name of sect master Li and hurriedly replied. His cultivation should be stuck at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and it hasn't improved for a long time, right? Liu Fengzi seemed to be recalling something. In the past, it was a bit difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Now, it should have accumulated to a bottleneck. Tell him that a junior who had just ascended a few hundred years ago said that if he wants to improve, he should find a genius with a full water attribute spirit root as a cauldron and dual cultivate with him. Maybe there will be room for improvement. Liu Fengzi didn't mind and pointed out, otherwise, he can only stop here. The advice for Li Tiancheng was, of course, from the memory of Yang Chen's previous life. Li Tiancheng's realm deficiency was also one of the reasons why he had to use Gaou as a furnace. Later, when he couldn't find Gaou, he directly abducted a genius female cultivator from a small sect. His realm improved in one fell swoop, all the way to the spiritual world and the celestial world. Even if Yang Chen didn't give him advice, the other party would know in the future. If he said it now, he could increase his position in the hearts of the Taishanmen, and it could make the other party believe it. Li Liheng didn't doubt it and kept these words in mind. After that, it was basically Yang Chen asking questions and Li Liheng answering. After a while, There were signs of instability in the spiritual awareness connection again. This time, Senior Liu Fengzi didn't let Li Liheng take the spirit congealing pills, but asked him to prepare more spirit congealing pills. In the future, the more spirit congealing pills he had, the longer the connection time would be. This time, it was just a preliminary exchange. When Li Liheng's cultivation base improved, this kind of exchange would become more and more frequent. Chapter 963. After the successful connection, Li Liheng finally fainted again. It couldn't be helped, a little Jedan stage junior had to face the pressure of the spiritual awareness of a predecessor in the spiritual world. The spirit congealing pill was already very powerful. After waking up, Li Liheng didn't wait for Sect Master Li to ask questions. In front of the sect master and a group of core elders who were waiting anxiously, Li Liheng told them everything that had happened between him and Senior Liu Fengzi from beginning to end, not concealing a single word. The pill recipe of the spirit refining pill and the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill were all written out and handed over to the sect master. Even Liu Fengzi's method to guide Li Tiancheng to break through the bottleneck of cultivation was also said. This was an extraordinary event. The spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could finally communicate with the predecessors in the spiritual world. For Taishanmen, it was no less than getting hundreds of Dacheng stage masters out of thin air. Apart from anything else, the pill recipe of the spirit congealing pill was exactly the same as the one he got from Yang Chen. Since a group of masters in the medicinal hall had already determined that this spirit congealing pill recipe was true, then the actions of the predecessors in the spiritual world were very real. Moreover, the key to alchemy that Senior Liu Fengzi said was not wrong at all, that was to multitask. It was just that this was the most troublesome. After removing this, not to mention a 4th-grade alchemist master, even a 3rd-grade alchemist master could refine it. The name of Liu Fengzi, everyone present had heard of it. He was a predecessor who ascended more than 2,000 years ago. Unfortunately, no one, including those great elders, had ever communicated with Liu Fengzi. Before they joined the sect, Liu Fengzi had already ascended, but it was only recorded in the ancient books of the sect. The pill recipe of the spirit refining pill was kept as a treasure by everyone. Although there was no way to refine it for the time being, once they could cultivate a master of alchemy, this would be their capital in the future. As for Li Tiancheng's shortcomings in cultivation, Liu Fengzi unceremoniously told Li Liheng. Although Li Tiancheng blushed a little when he heard it, he was more excited in his heart. There was a solution to the problem that had troubled him for many years. How could he not be happy? At this point, no one doubted the authenticity of the spatial spiritual refinement technique anymore. The previous series of events had shown that Li Liheng was not deliberately mystifying things, but that he had really contacted a senior in the spiritual realm. The final question was still focused on the spirit congealing pill. Li Liheng's spiritual sense problem required long-term consumption of spirit congealing pills, and with the spirit congealing pills, Li Liheng could also connect with Senior Liu Fengzi's consciousness for a longer time, which was irreplaceable for Taishanmen. The spirit congealing pill is so important, but all the high-level officials are dumbfounded. In the medicinal hall of Taishanmen, so far, no one has been able to refine even a spirit congealing pill, and everything was provided by Yang Chen. If he wanted the spirit congealing pill, he could only ask Yang Chen for help. Not long ago, because of Senior Liu Fengzi's instructions, Li Liheng took 3 more spirit congealing pills. Presumably he would take them again in the future. In this way, the spirit congealing pill that Li Liheng needed to treat his illness was no longer enough. What to do? The problem in front of the high-level officials of Taishanmen was such a seemingly simple but extremely tangled trouble. Yang Chen, everyone present wanted to tear him to pieces, but the reality was that if they couldn't find another alchemist who could refine the spirit congealing pill in a short time, they were afraid that even if they hated Yang Chen, they could only find ways to keep Yang Chen and please Yang Chen. Everyone's eyes were focused on Maro Qi, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Because of his previous negotiations with Yang Chen, Hall Master Maro Qi has been fortunate to enter the ranks of these core high-level officials. However, seeing everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. Even a Yuanying stage master seems to be unable to bear this pressure. I vowed that I would never go to Yang Chen again. Hall Master Marrow waved his hand directly without waiting for everyone to speak. What a joke, asking him to go to Yang Chen again. It would be better to retreat in the deep cold pool. Is it the big heart demon oath? Sect Master Li's eyes followed Marrow Chi's movements, and he asked calmly. Hall Master Marrow immediately became a little dejected. Of course, he would not make a big heart demon oath with this kind of thing, but didn't the sect master's meaning still understand? If it wasn't for the big heart demon oath, then when it was time to find Yang Chen, he would have to find him. I think, we should try our best to cultivate the alchemist of the sect. Marrow Chi couldn't help but cough and said anyway, at this rate, it will take at least 20 or 30 years for the spirit congealing pills to be consumed. If there is no other way, we can only go to Yang Chen. In any case, Marrow Chi didn't want to face Yang Chen now. Being unable to take the initiative to contact again and again made him very reluctant to negotiate with this guy who held their lives. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely didn't want to see Yang Chen. Now if he could drag it, he would drag it. For Marrow Chi's words, everyone was also non-committal and agreed to this plan for the time being. However, there was still one trouble that had not been resolved, or rather, it was the trouble left behind by Li Liheng. Many compasses that could locate Yang Chen's position had been lost so far. This was a very dangerous thing for Yang Chen. It was not known how many people wanted to hit Yang Chen because they couldn't find the whereabouts of Yang Chen. With these compasses, it could definitely bring great trouble to Yang Chen. But now if something happened to Yang Chen, it meant that Taishanmen would also be in big trouble. For the spirit congealing pills, for the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method, for the future of Taishanmen had to help Yang Chen clean up these troubles. In the end, they were still wiping Li Liheng's ass. He had done a good deed before, but now the entire Taishanmen had to deal with the aftermath. A group of people stared at Li Liheng with very bad eyes. It's not me, it's Yang Lan who said to teach Yang Chen a lesson. I didn't want him to die. Li Liheng hurriedly distinguished again. After half a year of facing the wall of the deep cold pool, he didn't want to experience it again. He hurriedly pushed Yang Lan out, and all the responsibility was pushed to Yang Lan. Yang Lan will face the wall for 5 more years in the deep cold pool. Sect Master Li relentlessly increased the punishment. Previously, it was just to punish Li Liheng for doing something wrong, and there was no follow-up trouble. Now he had to deal with the aftermath. The responsibility was different, and the punishment was naturally different. Yang Lan, who was still in the deep cold pool, certainly didn't know that his sentence had been added by 5 years. Right now, he was still counting the days bitterly, enduring the bone-chilling cold wave of extreme yin every day, shivering in fear. Recover all the compasses that have flowed out. Those that fall into the hands of the 5 major sects don't need to be considered. The others, take them back from those buyers. Sect Master Li quickly ordered those who refused to hand it over, kill them. Chapter 964. Yang Chen did not know the follow-up, but he knew that the Taishanmen would definitely try to clear the obstacles for himself. The cultivation of spiritual sense was the reliance of the Taishanmen, but it was also their most fatal weakness. The only bad thing was that in order to maintain the scam of the cultivation of spiritual sense, it was necessary to keep Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint, which also made it possible for the Taishanmen to track his whereabouts at any time. However, now Yang Chen was not worried that the Taishanmen would start immediately, and he was not worried about the real cultivation of spiritual sense. Even if Li Liheng's aptitude was outstanding, if he wanted to cultivate successfully, there was only a 1 in a million chance. If the cultivation of spiritual sense could be cultivated so easily, the Taishanmen would have unified the world long ago. Why would they wait until now? Moreover, even if Li Liheng worked hard to cultivate, it was impossible. After taking the spirit congealing pill, the spiritual awareness was condensed in a non-active situation, and it was still a medicinal pill from the spiritual world. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base, at most, could only reach the peak yuanying stage, and it was impossible to go further. If he wanted to rely on this incomplete spiritual awareness to cultivate the real cultivation of spiritual sense, Yang Chen would rather believe that the Taishanmen had found another 5th-grade alchemist master. Because of the sale of the pill recipe, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue once again gathered with Yang Chen. The 4 wives were all on the side of Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen just took them to explore the secret plane of the Taishanmen. The ancient key of the Taishanmen, which was destroyed by Yang Chen's design, was indeed a real secret plane. When it was handed over to Yang Chen for interpretation, Yang Chen had already firmly grasped the news of this secret plane. At that time, Yang Chen was asked by the Taishanmen to make a heart oath that he would never disclose the news of this secret plane. At this point, Yang Chen did a very good job and never said it to outsiders. Even now, when he was about to set off, he did not say a word to his 4 wives, but just asked the 4 women to go out and travel together. Leak. Yang Chen would never tell anyone about it. He would only do it. Weren't some things unspeakable? It didn't matter if he had 1 more or 1 less. This time, in addition to looking for a secret plane, Yang Chen has other plans. Gaoyu's dragon horn flying sword must be refined, while Shashanshan's son Qingshue's natal flying sword must also be refined. All the materials had been nourished by the dragon energy, so it was most suitable to refine it in the Dragon Palace. After finding the secret plane, they entered the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen forged the sword embryo, and Gaoyu began to refine the dragon horn flying sword. After all these works were done, the 5 of them could set off for the demon continent to gain experience. This ancestor of the Taishanmen was tens of thousands of years old. The words he left behind were so old that the current disciples could no longer recognize them due to the long passage of time. Similarly, because of the long passage of time, the way the secret plane was hidden at that time was completely different from what it is now. If it weren't for the record of the ancient key, even if Yang Chen had the spiritual awareness threads of the 3 purities secret art, he wouldn't be able to find it standing in the secret plane. The concealment of the ancient secret plane had an unusual shielding effect on the spiritual awareness. This was a huge canyon. It was said to be a canyon, but there was no water in it. It was not known how many years ago the flowing river had dug a long canyon on the ground, which was hundreds of feet deep. Standing at the bottom of the canyon, looking up at the line of sky in the sky, even if the canyon was wide, it gave people a feeling of being trapped in a narrow crack. Even the river had dried up, and the spiritual power dissipation was very serious. The distribution of spiritual power in this area was even worse than that in the cities of the mortal world. If it weren't for the guidance of the ancient key, Yang Chen wouldn't have found this place at all. None of the 4 women asked him why he brought them here. For Yang Chen, the 4 women now had a blind trust. Anyway, everyone knew one thing: Yang Chen would never harm them. As for what they were doing here, they didn't care at all. Of course, wherever their husband went, they would follow. In the canyon, which was thousands of miles long, Yang Chen, after careful calculation, finally located the location of the secret plane. There was no other way. The old Taishanmen who left behind the secret plane, when the secret plane was arranged, there was still a gurgling river here. The landform changes over the past tens of thousands of years have also affected the determination of the exact location. Even if there were people in Taishanmen who could understand those ancient characters, they would not be able to find the secret plane. Even Yang Chen, relying on the spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the 3 purities secret art, was keenly found a little sign of spiritual power flashing in a huge range that was almost offset by hundreds of miles, which was why he found the ground. This kind of spiritual power flashing was caused by the secret plane itself, and it basically took almost 3 to 5 years to flash once. Yang Chen and the others were lucky, and it just happened that there was such a flash in recent days, and they were caught by Yang Chen. Otherwise, Yang Chen could only take his 4 wives here for 3 to 5 years. Finding the location, the next things were much easier. In the eyes of the 4 wives with some surprise, Yang Chen's hands began to condense one by one, hitting the surrounding ground and the walls of the canyon. None of the 4 women spoke, and they were waiting patiently. Yang Chen would not do useless work. This scene, Gong Sunling and Yang Chen had already experienced it once when they collected the medicine-nourishing gourd, so they tacitly told the women not to be surprised. Yang Chen was now promoted to the Yuanying stage, and the time to condense the secret art was many times faster than when he was in the Jedan stage, and he could condense one in almost a dozen breaths. A total of 49 secret arts were made, and they were distributed in different directions. Yang Chen completed this step. In fact, on the ancient key, this record was very simple, but there was more than one great divination sky circulation formation here, but it must be arranged with spiritual power, and it could not be done by idle people. There was still a secret art missing from the great divination number, and this secret art was the key to activate the formation. After getting ready, Yang Chen called the 4 women to his side. After letting them take their hands and shake their hands together, Yang Chen made the last secret art and hit it on the centermost ground. 50 secret arts emitted a bright light at the same time, but it was gathered in a range of less than 100 feet. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and the spiritual power fluctuations were getting more and more powerful. At the moment when the spiritual power fluctuations reached the most intense, in front of Yang Chen, a circular arched doorway composed of white light suddenly appeared. Yang Chen didn't want to think about it. He took the 4 wives and stepped into the doorway. As soon as they entered the doorway, the figures of the 5 people disappeared in an instant. Then, all the lights outside dimmed, and the spiritual power fluctuations directly dissipated without a trace. There was no trace of anyone appearing here.